Pass towards the center, direct shots. Again, saved this time out for a corner. Nice run by Linda Dahlmann. Good vision as well in that build-up. And a quick reaction to a minute mistake for Bremen. There's that shot from Georgia Stanway again. Lots of power behind it. Corner kick now to come in, headed on. Now headed away. But not far enough just yet. And going for Lea Schüller. Or at least here for Bayern. Backwards into Linda Sembrant. It's really been interesting to see the Bayern rotations through defense as well. Not everybody just sticking to their position right away, but trying to rotate around. Go deeper forwards, cover off. This time Julia Gwynn not going for a run down that left-hand wing just yet. You can see her at the bottom of your screen, just about out of vision. Unfortunate there, but all good, and the team will keep on building from there. Bremen not able to hold on to possession for long enough to really make a noticeable difference. Julia Gwynn went down, but advantage here for Bayern. Gwynn back on her feet and offering herself up on the left-hand side, but again it goes through the center. Now to Gwynn. Does have support down that left-hand side by Bühl, but a good tackle to stop that quick build-up from happening. Mahmoud has been able to score a goal this season already. Bremen chance coming out as well, but Bayern inching forwards with those throw-ins. Should be a follow-up throw-in again for Bayern. This time Mahmoud going back to the keeper. But again, just a quick clearance, only about outside of their defensive third, and Bayern straight back into possession. Maria Gross as well has pushed up further to get involved once those long balls come forward. Just to make sure nobody has to run too far. Conserve a little bit of energy as well. Great to see the passing. And now again, that long ball looking for, trying to is giving Bayern. But Schüller not quick enough to get after that ball, a bit too long as well. But again, you've got them pushed down to a point where again, the Bayern press. In a very this is exactly what you practice at the practice ground. Small area attacking and defending, getting those passes in. Just to get it all the way towards a goal kick. And I'd expect Livia Peng to go for a short pass rather than the long ball. Way that Bremen pull towards the left and the right. Players available for that pass. Into midfield, but again, shots and gets shot. If Bremen offers an inch, they'll take a mile. It's still difficult to try and break through that very compact defense. Tried a couple of paths now already, but maybe through the center. Down the left-hand side, maybe now the big chance. Maybe out for another corner. And good defending by Laura Schmidt as well, coming backwards. Great run by Bühl, though. Instructions towards the center. Our team very far out, not really. Olivia will make those runs. Corner kick comes in. A bit too close to Olivia Peng. Maybe argue after the match and ask if it was maybe more of a shot towards goal. First 15 minutes down. I've already seen a couple of goal that was disallowed by an earlier offside. Maybe now Bremen. You know that a lot of times when you are the underdog, all you need is one good run. And that's a shot from range. Probably could have taken one or two more steps and then found an outlet pass. Nice attempt, and at least does get Bremen a shot on goal for the stat book. Right away, Bayern back into possession. The pass is coming through. And again, that long ball chase is very difficult. Goes down beyond. Just, she's back on her feet and fine to continue. Wasn't too sure if she actually did have that last touch. Tried to keep it inside. But even there, Bremen again, that short pass. And then stopping. Even here, undecisive of how they actually want to bring that ball forwards. Out away in first instance. Bremen now can keep on going long distance shots. It's a lot more dangerous for Maria Gols than initially expected. Nice attempt towards goal. Again, Bremen still trying to come forward, this time caught up by Kea. To find the sidelines. We'll leave a little bit of pressure, we'll get another angle from this shot. Did have a bit of a unpredictable spin. Very well managed by Maria Gols. And we remain scoreless 0-0. Foul now here on the near side on Julia Gwynn. Again, Mahmoud to have talking to by the referee here. Breyer. I talked about at the start of the game that she has had a little bit of a history of dishing out a lot of yellow cards in her first 3 games of this season. Who knows, maybe Mahmoud is tending towards that as well. Foul came in off the ball. On her feet, and good to continue. Again, probably looking for one of those longer balls forward. Ultimately, it's a passing play to try and find the solution. But again, Bremen doing well to cover off the angles right now. Good chase by Sophie Weidauer. Enough behind it to really steal that ball away. As we know, anywhere in football, if you do just get that lucky punch as the underdog, then you might just be able to park that bus. Bremen certainly has that quality that they do well in making their defense very, very compact. And Bremen win that throw-in. Again, for them, the difficult part is that the throws haven't really been long enough or decisive. This time it works out a little bit better, and they're able to stay in possession. Bayern not able to catch. It's going to be called back for is going to get a word by Naomi Breyer. Yellow card collected as well. I was sort of expecting it to not take long in this game for us to see the first card. We already saw a couple of actions earlier on. Spiced up the game just slightly. Because might have to watch out a little bit in the long run now for this game. Still a lot to play for, and Bremen is going to continue to come down that left-hand side and try to come towards the center. Let's see what they can do off the back of this free kick. Long ball forward into the box, headed away by Vigastottir again. And a long clearance as well. Bremen will have a throw-in around the halfway line. Linda Dahlmann. She'll get that throw in as well. A couple of instructions on the sidelines from Alexander Strauss in the background. He's shaking his head. And also garnering options on where to place that throw in. Long throw down the line. We'll end with an inch forward. The plan. They're quick about it, as they're trying to be. Kerr running over. And then a long ball backwards. I was over towards that left-hand side, as Julia Gwynn was offering herself for. Ultimately, they do stay in possession, at least as far as that long ball, but they do it back quickly again. Garner that control. I want to say Bayern bound to start scoring sometime. Haven't had too many situations where they were able to break through that Bremen defense from a couple of those long balls earlier, and then the workings down the right-hand side as well. One dangerous run down the left with Clara Bühl. Maybe now. 25 minutes down, coming for Clara Bühl in towards the inside, down the right-hand side now. Cross comes in towards that back post. Julia Gwynn was there, so was Lea Schüller. And both looked like they took a little bit of a knock in that run forwards. It will be a corner kick for Bayern. Got another angle. Both had, with Matthijs coming backwards. Let's see what this corner is going to bring. A little bit of a different option in front of goal this time for Bayern. Cross comes in. Very far back towards the back post. And Bayern score it to make it 1-0. Lea Schüller, the one to score it. And that will mark her third goal in this season. From the training ground from Alexander Strauss, we get to have another look at it. Long ball, and Bremen thought they might have even been safe, but it's a straight volley towards that back corner. And just nobody had that on our radar. Big focus from the Bremen side towards the front post, and that's very compact in front of the goal. Very crowded and difficult to see, but Lea Schüller, third goal for her. Here in Bremen. And this is exactly what we were waiting for, just Bayern getting that first goal this time from a resting ball. And again, straight away, trying to come forward into Schüller, that pass. It's going to be interesting to have a look at the possession statistics as well, because it's been very, very one-sided for Bayern. Especially with how focused the play has been on inside the Bremen half. Might have truly been unable to really break free from it. Forward now. Good use for Clara Bühl as she fights on against two. Is able to release that ball as well, and Bayern stay in possession from it. Slow things down slightly to recycle and stay in possession. And again, Bayern quick on that build-up. Boot drops it backwards. Still trying to come forward. This time, Dahlmann a bit too high on that cross. Olivia Peng able to grab it easily. There was a little bit of contact afterwards with Schüller, but not going to be phased by it. Bremen able to hold on to possession now and actually make it outside of their own half. Let's see if they can actually build from this. Have struggled earlier in this game already, especially now as the game's been slowed down and Bayern have everyone back behind the ball. Get a free kick. And again, Viggo here. One, but I said earlier that you might have to watch out a little bit. Like gone now. And both fan bases now getting a little bit more vocal. Bayern able to clear that free kick quite nice. Is going to be caught off trying to come forward, but yet again Bayern quickly to recover possession once more. Georgia Stanway looking for options forward. Going to Stanway, straight back to her again. Quick passing, great to see from Bayern. Now from Georgia Stanway. She certainly has enough power behind her shots to get those shots on goal, just slightly wide. Quick shots, and Olivia Peng might have been challenged if it was actually coming towards goal. Bremen now struggling still to come forward again. Pulled into their own attack. Stopped straight away. Georgia Stanway went down. Does get awarded that free kick. It was a knock towards her right ankle. Quick word towards Viggo by Naomi. Here we go now. 68% of the ball going the way of Bayern thus far. Yet again, though, as I said earlier, not exactly the most shots that we've seen from a Bayern side, which usually they're able to get about 8 to 9 shots per 45 minutes, at least when we consider their average. So they haven't really been able to break through this Bremen defense as much. Certainly looking strong, and the passing has been almost impeccable. Maybe Peng working hard to keep that ball in play and not to give another corner away to Bayern. Yet again, the early pressure is on. They want to keep on, win that ball straight back, and that's exactly what Georgia Stanway does. From that once more. Cross to come in from that far side. Lea Schüller blocked first instance, but they'll recycle from there. Attempted pass towards Linda Zembrandt. Caught, and this time maybe the counter-attack could be on for Bremen. Earlier already they took a shots, this time it's a misplaced pass. Just looking for a run down the left-hand side, but it doesn't really work out for Larissa Mühlhaus. Yeah, I mean, Bayern straight back into possession. Do have just over 10 minutes still to go in this first half. I think everybody expecting them to keep on going and to probably also keep on scoring. Quinn on the left. Attempted double pass. This time Quinn got pulled. And yellow card does come out for Tuana Mahmoud. And that also to be expected. We've seen her a couple times now get a little bit harsher. This time a quick free kick by Bayern. Back, however. It's not restarted yet. Georgia Stanway is still going to take a quick pass. We're looking down that left-hand side and maybe still will. A little bit of space there for Gwyn. Kerr now. Not able to find anyone as Gwyn. Plenty of Bayern jerseys forward. Quick little slip up, but not to impact the play here. Bit of space, Mahmoud. Passes in, but difficult ball to try and take advantage of for Rina Wichmann. Maybe a big breath from the Bayern side as well. So it was the first time that they've really gotten dangerous. Mahmoud towards the back post. Unfortunately, Wichmann not able to get her foot to it, only got her shins. All under control. Good chance for Bremen. And still showing promise in this game. Pass here, still very compact in defense is Bremen. Julia Gwyn now on the left-hand side. Towards the inside already. Quick cross forward from Ray. But a nice attempt. Arabul. Chase still on by Dalman. Clearance by Bremen will have a Bayern. Certainly not happy with. Would have gone her way. Bayern still very much this game. Back and forth here in midfield. Bremen now again that attempt down the left-hand side. Good chase on Elia Schuller. Again a strong, decisive tackle. Bremen do stay in possession. Not showing that advantage was played, but certainly Bremen did stay in possession, so it's fine for them. Cross cross comes in. Should be an easy clearance here for Bayern. Again, down that right-hand side is the preferred option. Vigosdotter this time, however, proving me wrong and finding a long ball down the left towards Dahlmann, towards the center, into Harder. Again, very physical game now towards midfield. It's Georgia Stanway with that block, and then Björn Kerr certainly staying involved. Ulbrich, the short pass just to get the ball back rolling, will be under pressure immediately by Pernille Harder. Bremen will again work down towards the left. Not really ready to switch sides just yet. Olivia Peng joining in on a couple of passes. The team has to make sure that they don't lose the ball straight away. Right now, though, Bremen trying to come forward, maybe with space towards the center. Bayern's defense still looking strong. Leads for a free kick just outside the area there. But not enough for Amy Breyer. Ball down the left-hand side into Carolina Siems. Or attempted cross blocked. And Bremen will see a corner on the far side to see what they can do. Tuana Mahmoud to step up for it. Should curl towards the insides. Still very compact here inside the area. Certainly something for the training ground from Bremen. Cross will come in. Headed wide by Bremen. It'll be a goal kick for Bayern. Lots of movement, of course, especially when it is so compact. Not easy for either side to really manage their movements all too well. Stanway, nice pass through forward into Harder. Stolen away by Bremen, and now a long run forward. A little bit too long for Mahmoud. Good stop by Maria Gross. Thomas Horsch, of course, only joined this team back in 2021, had longer experience alongside Florian Kofeld back with the second squad for Bremen's men team, and then also in the main squad. Right now, Bayern trying to come forward into Bühl, cleared away. Yeah, long history with Bremen for him, and has now been in charge of this team for 3 years, or is in his third year. Again, Stanway delegating everyone to go forward. We'll start with that usual back and forth between her, Zembrand, and Vigosdotter. Zembrand to Gwyn. To swap sides. Vigosdotter. Now actually the long ball forward. I was expecting her to go down the right-hand side towards Hansen. However, long ball this time does come through to Schüller, but unable to get it to the ground and under control. And into the closing minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if it is just a classic 1 minute we see all too often added on top of this first half. Another uneventful quick offside decision after the 6th minute goal for Bayern, which was disallowed, and then Bayern were able to get on the score sheet in the 27th with Lea Schüller. Just trying to win the ball back here at the corner flag. So a misplaced pass, we'll see a throw-in for Bayern. Goes backwards. Rembrandt. Again, just slowly but surely inching backwards as they try to pull Bremen out from that compact play. Julia Gwynn does stay in possession, was pulled slightly, and that leads to Rameau steering the ball away. Bremen will see a free kick for it inside their own half. Wouldn't be surprised if it's just a quick pass backwards into their own ranks. And actually, it'll just be a quick switch of sides, maybe down the left, as they have so often attempted here already. Again, just a little bit too long. And Hansen on the far side to bring that ball back into play. Is taking her time slightly, and actually we won't even get to see any extra time here in the first half. 45 minutes are done. Bayern currently lead 1-0. And Bremen have had their difficulties. I'd say it's not really a two-class game just yet. They just haven't really had a chance to come forward too much, and those chances sometimes were a little bit overzealous at times as well. We're trying to go a little bit too aggressive, taking shots a little bit early. They had 1 or 2 chances where they were able to try and challenge Maria Gross. On the opposite side for Bayern, of course, they've also missed out a couple times when they were in front of goal. Have had their difficulties trying to break through that Bremen defense, but we will have to see what the second half might still hold. And we'll take a short break, and we'll be back after that as soon as players return to the pitch here in Bremen on match day 4 of the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Welcome back for match day 4 in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga, as the first half already concluded 1-0 at halftime here for Bayern, and the guests certainly looking like their favorite role is coming through as expected. 67% possession of the ball at halftime, and strong throughout, we do have to say. Very accurate passing, 90% of their passes coming through as expected from this Bayern side. On the other side for Bremen, it hasn't looked as stellar. Just have a couple of, and who knows, maybe one of them will come through. We will probably be expecting a little bit more from that Bayern side than just one goal, if their prior games have anything to say for it. But of course, looking forward to seeing what this second half is going to hold. No visible substitutions here on the pitch just yet. And Alexander Strauss, I'm sure that he was quite happy about what he saw in the first half. He did certainly say ahead of the game that it is going to be difficult to break through that Bremen defense, and a lot of their passing has been back and forth through their own ranks in defense. But we'll have to see what they can do later on in this game, as pretty much everything still to do. It was Lea Schüller to score that goal in the first half. Bayern did have a goal disallowed in the 6th minute for an offside, which we weren't really able to see as well from our angle here, but still, Bayern up in the lead. We'll have to see what the second half is going to bring, as I'm sure on the opposite side, Thomas Horsch will have had a little bit more input for his team as well. He was pacing up and down the sidelines earlier already, so we'll have to see what his team is going to bring for the second half. Almost ready to get things going. I was just waiting for the goal from Naomi Breyer, the referee for this match day here in Bremen today. And we are back underway. Bremen, first couple of passes going backwards. But maybe it is something where they can then also break through. Bayern usually do give quite a high press, weren't chasing too much in that situation just now. We will keep an eye on here. Because right now Bayern again were able to take that ball away. Build things through the defensive line. And this time actually Bremen being a little bit quicker to try and chase down. Not really putting Maria Gross under pressure just yet. Bayern will have that throw-in on the midway line. Of course, we talked about the fact that it is the longest travel day for Bayern to come up here to Bremen. If you follow Bayern social media channels, you did see that they flew up towards Bremen. It's about 570 kilometers from Munich, 750 around there by car. So if any of the supporters took the car or bus or a train up, certainly a day's travel to get here. And of course, as I mentioned at the start of the broadcast as well, Bayern being the biggest football club in the world, and especially in Germany, having members and fans all around, and with this Bayern side being as strong over the years as they have been, winning 3 championships in the past 5 years. Of course, twice consecutively now. Not only that, but also have not lost a competitive game in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga in 42 league matches now. Georgia Stanway with the tackle. The difficult to judge, but she's usually one that goes in a little bit harsher. It does put a lot of pressure on her opposite numbers. Dangerous situation here for Bayern, working backwards, but dealt well by Clara Bühl. Was also expecting Maria Gross to maybe come out and meet her. But ultimately just a long ball forward. Bremen take it all the way back to their own goalkeeper, Olivia Peng. Maybe now a chance for Bremen. Again, nicely managed by the Bayern defense. Haven't had much say in the second half just yet. But maybe now with this clearance ball. Not sure if Lea Schüller was on side, but looks fine. Doesn't have the support towards the center just yet. And good defending here by Carolina Sims. Ultimately, again, Bayern, different to the first half, putting their pressing line a little bit deeper. Don't want to go too many runs early on in this second half. Certainly for the moment, at least. Bremen having a little bit more of the possession into this second half right now. Trying to come forward. But just as I say that, Bayern are straight back onto the ball. They'll try and do their own game. Notes come out for Thomas Horsch. Would be expecting that maybe a first substitution could be imminent here. Hands over head for him after lost possession there in midfield. A good combination with Stanway and Samantha Kerr to keep on to Bayern possession. Dangerous there by Maria Gross. Was being chased down, but finds Vigos-Duttier. She's already on a yellow card, and that could see her booked for a second time and sent off the pitch here. Second yellow. And Bayern now down to 10 players on the pitch. It was the 21st minute, I believe, when she was booked for that tackle, and we said that she will have to watch out. And this will make life a little bit more difficult now for the Bayern side. And maybe also a quick look towards Alexander Strauss to see how he will react to it. Vigos-Duttier was certainly too late on this one. He's going to go back to the locker rooms. Probably then watch the rest of the game from the grandstands. Maybe now the chance for Bremen, especially off the back of this free kick. Header not headed towards goal. And the Bayern players warming up, also looking towards the bench to see if anyone's going to be called up by Alexander Strauss, to see how Bayern can remedy that situation of having to play a further 48 minutes now. Sorry, 38 minutes now that they're down to 10 on the pitch. For now, it looks like Stanway might just drop back into that position. Does get a lot of time to decide on where they want to take it. Also takes the captain's band now. To see what the options are going to be. Of course, Bayern do have plenty of options. They do have a couple of players, of course, still out due to long-time injuries. But there is certainly a couple on the bench that can help out in that situation. Just have to wait until the ball is stopped, until they can bring on a replacement in defense. We see someone standing on the sidelines ready to be subbed on. Zeman, but right now Bremen coming forward and dangerously as well. Shot was going wide either way. Rina Wichmann did have a couple of strong actions coming forward earlier in the game already. Not too challenging for Maria Gross this time out. She was already moving towards the front post. Did have it covered off quite well. But this, of course, now the prime opportunity for Bremen to be able to get on the score sheet, and maybe for Bayern also a situation where rather than going too aggressive, scoring too many goals, just maybe sticking to this one. One more would be a little bit more comfortable. So yeah, Linda Dahlmann will come off here for Bayern. And she'll be replaced by Caroline Simon. Bayern winning that ball back immediately. Stanway, as soon as there's a defensive replacement on, she's back in the move to get forward once more. Foul called here. Even though Bremen were in possession, they'll get a free kick at that retreated position. I think a foul call against Schüller. And a decent run down the right-hand side by Tuana Mahmoud. Bremen will get that throw just up from the corner flag. Delegating the rest of the team to head more towards the center. Maybe an option could be a longer throw. I'd expect them to maybe even go backwards here to try and bring across towards the center, but it is a long throw into plenty of red jerseys here. Bayern able to head things away for the moment. A good block there by Hada. Will be a Bayern ball. A free kick from that ball. And just a quick pass to get that ball back rolling. Stanway back and forth with Hansen. It's a Kerr. Expecting Gwyn to stay backwards as well, but right now, long ball forward down the left-hand side into Clara Buhl. Unable to manage. Livia Peng again, able to take that into her own grasps. And Bremen can continue from there. Bremen now building up. Of course, they do have one extra player on the pitch. Just looking to see if they can actually find an outlet towards the back post, the cross. And the attempt to center it, not successful enough here for Carolina Ziems. Certainly promising, and Werder Bremen, more and more action going their way right now. And you can see the home supporters, or rather you can hear the home supporters as well in the background, coming alive as Bremen get more and more actions to come forward. Right now, actually, winning the game when you look at shots towards goal. 7-5 now for Bremen. Usually that a stat where Bayern all along are always the favourites and always very far ahead of everyone else. Bremen in the first 3 games thus far have only averaged 4 shots on goal. Now the long ball forward for Bayern. Do have a little bit of extra space here. Ada looking to center that ball towards the back post. And 2 big chances here for Bayern to add on top of their first, get a second one to cushion things out just slightly. Ada, great run down the right-hand side, was able to center it. Leah Schüller to tip things up. And the volley just not enough there. But Bremen is straight back onto it. And we'll have to see what they can build from now. More substitutions seem to be coming, as again, just not really looking like the pass is going where they want to. This time it works out, as Bayern have a little bit more space left open. Everyone retreated. Easy foul on that far right-hand side, and certainly a position where they can get a little bit more dangerous. Clara Bühl will have a warning from Nemi Breyer. So free kick to be taken by Mahmoud. Plenty of players towards the centre. Also an option to go for a short pass into that triangle, but it looks like more of a cross to come. Ball now free and headed up by the Bayern defense for now. Clearance is on, but just only outside of their own area. Even here, panic inside of the area for Bayern, and a big save for Maria Gross, as Bremen will get another corner. Gross goes back down to the ground and might need attention from the Bayern medical staff here. I think she might have gotten the ball towards her upper thigh. Difficult to see from this angle. Might have even been around the knee. Everyone from the Bayern side have now come towards the bench. Alexander Strauss giving instructions. Knee being tended to. Let's hope it's nothing serious there, because I'm sure that Alexander Strauss could use all of the substitutions that he can have as well. But I think thumbs up just went back towards the bench, and they should be good. So yeah, Gross moving fine. Will be good to continue. Georgia Stanway also checking in, maybe also relaying some information from Alexander Strauss. This corner now still to come. Towards the front post, this time headed away early. One of the players did go down inside the area, but I think it will be a Bayern ball. There was a big scream, and I did see 2 players go down. Looks like everyone is back on their feet. Julia Gwynn moving away fine though. And Bayern will have possession. Substitution now coming through. Lea Schüller coming off. She'll be replaced by Jovana Damjanovic, the Serbian 29-year-old, coming into the game now. One of the longest standing, I think the longest standing player in the ranks, alongside Sydney Lohmann here in this Bayern squad. First joined the club back in 2017. Now again trying to come forward, just not accurate enough. That's something that's dropped down slightly in this second half. Passing not as accurate just yet as it was in the first half. Still, of course, plenty of passes played, and Bayern always quick with their short passing back and forth, trying to navigate tight spaces through any defense that they do face. And Gwyn just covering this ball off to a Bayern throw-in. Of course, if you are just joining us, Bayern were able to score with Lea Schüller in that 27th minute. And however, still, in the 51st, Vigusdottir was sent off with a second yellow card in the game. Collected her first in the 21st, only really half an hour later. Was taken off the pitch, and with that, Bayern down to 10 on the pitch here. And that's why they did have a in that defensive position. Caroline Simon came in for Linda Dahlmann. Now Lea Schüller coming off. Goal scorer. Maybe some fresh legs can be the key for Alexander Strauss's team to score a second, get a little bit more safety, even though they are down to 10. Make sure that even if Bremen do score a goal, which, to be honest, is looking very likely in these first 20 minutes of the second half, they've looked really, really well to get more and more shots. Bayern haven't really been able to show too much in this second half. So a long ball forward now for Bayern. Offside called. And change now in the offing as well, as Amira Alfawi will come in for Rina Wichmann. She had a big chance earlier in the game as well. And certainly a lot of input there for the squad. I'm sure Amira Alfawi also makes a return after injury. Just did have an injury at the start of the season. Right now, Bremen already trying to come forward. Two-thirds of the game gone. Stanway with plenty of space here in midfield, double pass with Kerr, and then back and forth again in that defensive play for Bayern. Just trying to rotate through as best as they can and keep the ball away from Bremen. Of course, as long as you're in the possession yourself. Bremen not able to score. If you keep it clean and don't lose balls in any dangerous situations. Julia Gwyn now heads towards the center. Drops the pass off towards Stanway. Misplaced pass, but Bayern trying quickly to recover. Lahada on the chase. A bit of a knock towards Suana Mahmoud. Again, No further consequences there. Bremen bring things back underway. And still, Bremen having that difficulty. They have had a couple of runs coming forward now and back and forth trying to find their place. And it's not even that Bayern are putting that much pressure on. A lot of the times just that the passing is not accurate enough. I'd still say that both teams are a little bit more accurate than the usual league's average. However, still, Bremen just not able to find their way through those spaces that Bayern certainly have, being down to 10 on the pitch. And Bremen still giving Bayern a lot of space in that build-up. Very far retreated, not really putting that pressure on as early as they could, especially as Bayern aren't really treating this as for the back still, since they have subbed off. Yes, Georgia Stanway has kept back a little bit, but at the same time, it's still Julia Gwynn to make those runs down the sides. Very active. The back and forth Bremen chance now to try and encourage their squad to maybe do a little bit more in this one. Start of the game, it was mainly just the Bayern fans that came along that were very loud here at Field 11, close to the Weserstadion. Of course, Bremen, the northernmost club in the Frauen Bundesliga here. I think if they would show a little bit more courage, they could have a chance to actually get on the board here and tie up against another top contender. They did that on match day 1 in a 3-3 tie against Wolfsburg. Of course, we'll see Wolfsburg in action in Frankfurt later on as well. The Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga Topspiel for match day 4. Good shots here for Bayern, however, as it's a shot from range, and it is Georgia Stanway. Even though she's been staying back in those defensive actions, helping with that play coming forward, does make a run herself. Took that captain's ban from Gladys Vigersdottir after she was sent off 20 minutes ago, and Bayern now have a little bit more safety. The pass back into space, Georgia Stanway not being covered off. And a beautiful shot, top shelf from outside of the area. She had a couple of big chances in the first half as well, and we highlighted that she certainly has the good chances from range as well. Lots of power behind her shot. And whilst I was saying that maybe if Bremen do take a little bit more courage, they could have a chance to make things level here against Bayern. It's Georgia Stanway to score her 3rd goal of the season to make it 2-0 for Bayern, and now a lot more comfortable, because at least you do have something to fall back on, even if Bremen do get one to score now. It is really the first chance that we see from Bayern here in the second half. But Bayern certainly are favourites in this game. Of course, I have mentioned a couple of times their record that they do want to further extend today, of making it 43 unbeaten league games. And they do seem to want that, to round that off with a 4th win on match day 4 here in the Frauen Bundesliga to yet again reassure their top spot in the table. Would currently put them at 12 points, and further extending on their goal difference as well. Their 15th goal of the season here, Bayern. And you could hear the mood in the background immediately changes to more Bayern chants here. And the Bremen chant back and forth has died down. So more changes happening here. Ricarda walking, coming off And she'll be replaced by Julia Olme. Sorry, by Moke Papai, that way around. And the second is Juliane Wirtz coming off for Ike Diekman. Diekman also was one of the changes that Thomas Horsch made ahead of this game. She started off against Leipzig, and this time Juliane Wirtz got that start from our head coach. And Bayern just holding on to it defensively. Again, Georgia Stanway looking for that first ball forwards. And just about comes through on that far left-hand side. But Bremen will get a free kick just inside their own half to garner possession back. Now Bremen again with that long ball towards the left-hand side. They've tried it time and time again into Caroline Siems, but this time she's called offside. Bayern will be back. More and more cheers for Bayern as well in the background. Actually, I'm quite surprised that they also are able to get a little bit of a back and forth chant going from both sides of the field. Nice to see the support that they get on the road as well. 15 minutes now, and Bremen want to make a change, but still, it's Bayern. Time and time again, coming through, long ball onto Harder towards the right-hand side. This time actually dropping back and not continuing. She's had a couple of strong runs down the right-hand side. Only to go to the touchline and then try and get across in. Back and forth between Groß and Tuva Hansen. Bremen not chasing a lot just yet. Georgia Stanway gets it to Hansen once more. And I'd expect maybe even a longer ball forward now that you've pulled Bremen. But it opens up a lot of space towards the center. Bühl trying her hardest to take that ball off of Mahmoud, but she is able to battle on against two this time. Goes down to the ground, but all ball, an advantage play for Bremen now as they get possession back. Still trying to build up. Do have a little hand side, and that's exactly where the ball from Siems is headed. Cross comes in, cleared away by Zembrandt this time. And a goal kick to conclude things here. Bayern already had one or two chances coming forward. This was the goal from Georgia Stanway. And an absolute class goal at that as well. Not only got a nice embrace from Alexander Strauss, but also further instructions on the sideline after her celebration. Yellow card coming on now for Damjanovic. Sure, that was only her first or second offense in this one. Yeah, pulling, not really going for the ball. Not a surprise there. But something that I think Bayern right now can certainly deal with. So it is also about breaking those Bremen moves down before they can really develop in a situation like that. Bremen will have another free kick. They want to take it quickly and will be able to as well. We're hoping for a quick combination between Papai and Ziems, but seems to have a different plan. Long ball forward, get away. Georgia Stanway. And ultimately a slight deflection brings the ball straight back into Bremen. And pleads there for a penalty. We might get another look at it in a second. I think Damjanovic went down, but she was told to get straight back up by Naomi Breyer. This game certainly still doable here for Bremen, but they will have to get on the score sheet sometime soon. They've had chances building up from that right side before. Very difficult to find space on that right-hand side. Mahmoud finds a throw-in. Mühlhaus in front of her as well in support. First goes to Diekman. Cross now to come in. Rubinar Fui on the far left on the back post. Again, another cross to come. Bayern now firmly retreated behind that ball in the defensive third, but loose ball does give a little bit of an opportunity for Damjanovic. A little bit too far ahead of her, that ball, so now the next opportunity to come the other way. Marfawi towards the center now, into Vaidawa, distributing towards the wings, into Matthijs and Mahmoud. Good first clearance there, Stanway now to at least get it further away from her own goal. Again, it's Bremen on that build-up. This time the cross not powerful enough, and still Bayern not able to get that ball clear at this time. Longer clearance from Georgia Stanway, but that only goes as far as the sidelines. And a throw-in for Bremen. Here was that earlier chance. Marfawi, and the replay of the potential penalty that everyone was looking at, but from the small glimpse that we did have, it looked like a clean tackle from the Bayern defense. We'll get another look at it here. So yeah, at least it was all on the ball there. Did look fine by Linda Zembrandt. I believe a yellow card now being shown against Maria Gross for the delay in play. Again, Bremen. Maybe the advantage, showing now that they do have an extra player on the pitch. However, good clearance on Georgia Stanway now, being closed down by two. Bayern struggling to carry that ball out from their own half. And that might be down to instructions from Alexander Strauss as well. Just bring it down to the fact that they do want to slow things down slightly. Substitution now going to happen on the Bayern side. Clara Bühl will come off, and Sydney Lohmann to replace her. Of course, Clara Bühl, the one that assisted the goal for Lea Schüller Maria Gross now to take that goal kick. Yeah, possession numbers have opened up slightly, but as I was talking about earlier as well, the fact that Bayern, they only really had one shot on target in this second half, and Bremen certainly seeing a little bit more of the game, even though of course the possession from the first half was very much on the Bayern side. It still is. It has evened up just slightly in favor of Bremen, but still a lot of the ball going Bayern's way. It'll be a throw-in for Bremen. On that far side, Bayern finally outside of their own half, however. Do want to keep on moving. But losing possession. Caroline Simon was forward to try and support on that wing. Right now, Bremen inside the area. Have to cut back here with Larissa Mühlhaus into seams. Cross comes in, and not a lot missing for Bremen to at least find some sort of connection back into this game. Nice passing play, plenty of space, and Sophie Weidauer was able to get a shot off. Bayern still delaying slightly, and Damjanovic only barely able to keep that ball in play right now though. Long ball forwards. Maybe this is the chance to seal the deal for SC Bayern, and it certainly looks like it. Pernilla Harder receives that ball from range, is able to beat Livia Peng, and Bayern now up 3-0 in the closing minutes of this game, and time again things opening up for the Bayern side. Bremen caught up in the fact that they were all trying to come forward, that they were trying to find a way back into this game. It's a beautiful long ball forwards into Harder. And even though she was being chased by two, the angle being closed down by Livia Peng, but able to find that one step to the left-footed finish. And Bayern with that should all be enough for them. Fourth goal for Harder this season. Maybe even more to add on top of this if Damjanovic has anything to say about it. What a sprint coming forwards. Finishes as well. And in true Bayern style, 4-0 here. They just do not stop scoring in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Two quick goals back to back. Question marks on the faces of the Bremen players. And again, it's just a quick single action. Quick chip over Livia Peng, and what a way to use her pace as well. Jovana Damjanovic, 29-year-old, longest serving player in this Bayern squad, alongside Sydney Lohmann. And I'd say now this game is pretty much decided upon. It's going to be interesting to hear about Alexander Strauss. He said after the game on Monday as well that he wasn't really happy about the first half, but that certainly changed once they were able to get the first couple of goals in. And also, though, that the result ended up being a little bit higher than they might have deserved. And I could see him making a statement like that again today. Next couple of games for the Bremen side should be a little bit easier as well. Hoffenheim, of course, didn't have the best game on Friday in Leverkusen, but all throughout, I think this Bremen side surely shows promise and doesn't really deserve to be as far down in the table. 2,650 is the attendance for this afternoon's game here close to the Weserstadion in Bremen. But yeah, last couple of matches that Bayern and Bremen had also showed decisive victories for Bayern, but it is at least the highest victory of the last 6 now. Prior games all ended 2 or 3-0 in favor of Bayern. Bremen haven't been able to score recently against this Bayern side. Their next games are against Köln and the Topspiel against Wolfsburg. Leverkusen's not going to be easy. Frankfurt in the week after that as well. So very, very difficult schedule for Bayern as well. But of course, they are unbeaten in 43 games now here in the Kugelpixel Frauen Bundesliga. So that is going to be an interesting 3-week stretch for the Bavarian side. Maybe it's good that Viggo Stöttier picked up the second yellow in this game here for the Reds ahead of that next game, rather than ahead of any of the others. Closing minute now. I'd expect that we see 1 or 2 minutes. We did have a stoppage earlier for Maria Gross, as well as she was down. A couple of other stoppages, but nothing too crazy on this Sunday afternoon. To see if we catch the board going up, and 4 minutes added on top. Maybe a little bit surprised, but of course we did see 3 goals here in the second half. We had a couple of stoppages for injuries as well, so maybe well deserved. And Bremen at least do get another chance, but highly doubt that they're able to score forward to bring things level in the next 3.5. We'll see another corner. And both teams at 3 corners in this game. Again, Tuana Mahmoud to deliver. Their corners haven't looked all too bad. It's very crowded around Maria goals. And a decent clearance on by Georgia Stanway. She's also pushing the team back out, making sure that they can develop an offside line. It should be a very comfortable cruise now for the Bayern side to bring things to full time. Cross close towards the back post. Gross saw it all the way. Will not have to worry about it. Distributing as well where she wants her players. It should just be a short pass, or actually might just send it all the way up the pitch. Was of course reprimanded earlier about the fact that she was taking a little bit too long on that goal kick. Got a yellow card for the trouble. And Bayern will now have a free kick around the center line, just to get that ball rolling again. Doubt that they go for anything too crazy. Stanway just passes it backwards. Might just be about keeping possession until that final whistle is blown. It's kind of unfortunate because I feel like Bremen certainly have had a lot better second half here and very promising for their next couple of matches. But at the same time, they are facing off against FC Bayern. And they are just truly a different force in Germany's top flight of women's football. And at the same time, I have high expectations for them for the Women's Champions League as well this season. So I think this squad can be really, really competitive once more. So right now, 1 more minute to go. Third chance, still not able to get that final finish. Not looking like they'll get too much more, maybe 1 more chance on the board here. Bremen still pushing, maybe just to cosmetically improve this result towards the end. They'll have another throw in and stay forwards. They'll keep on going down the left-hand side. Will probably be final situation here. The 4 minutes have come and gone. Need to keep that ball going. I'm sure as long as the ball, or as soon as the ball is cleared by Bayern or into touch behind the goal, that will be it for match day 4 of the game between Bremen and FC Bayern Munich. It's 4-0 in favor of the visitors. It took a little bit to get going until that first goal for Schüller. Stanway scoring an absolute screamer from outside the box in the 71st. And then it came quick for Harder and Damjanovic. 4 different goal scorers, 4 goals for the girls in red. And while one player that was certainly involved in 2 of them, in the first one for Schüller and also for Stanway, was Clara Bühl, with 2 assists as well for the guests. So yeah, all throughout a very, very competitive game, even though that the scoreline doesn't really reflect that fact, unfortunately. Especially at the start of the second half, Bremen were looking really, really strong. And I'm sure that is something that Alexander Strauss is also mentioning to his opposite number, to Thomas Horsch. But still, Bayern were the clear favorites and will continue to be the favorites here in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga, as they further extend their lead at the top of the table. Some people might say, yes, they claim it back from Leverkusen. And of course, that is still the official standing, but the word is that the first match day for Leverkusen, which was played against Freiburg, will have to be replayed. They've gone into a secondary discussion there to, well, see if they can go against that result that the DFB decided upon, but surely not, and that's why that Leverkusen-Freiburg game will have to be replayed probably towards next month, as soon as both schedules open up for either side. On the other side, of course, Bremen, as already said, certainly potential there, and I think that the next couple of games could be very, very interesting, just down to the fact that they've now played against some of the top teams. They faced off against Wolfsburg already, they've played against Leipzig already, and their next match day will be up against Hoffenheim. They'll have to travel down to here at the stats for the game. Certainly well improved for Bremen in that second half. Sure, possession was far and away one-sided towards Bayern, but still, I think it's a game that the Bremen side can still be proud of, and that there will be a lot of positives if they go through the video analysis of this game. I'm sure that the mood might be down, especially just because of the fact that they did concede 2 quick goals towards the end of the game. But that's what happens when you open up, when you try to get involved back into the game. 2 quick runs for Bayern to work their way forward. And yeah, just quick for them to score there as well. Bayern also in their team circle after this game. And big smiles throughout their squad. You can still hear the fans in the background cheering for their side. At the same time, the Bremen support was also quite loud at times. And of course, for Bayern, the next game will be up against Köln. It will be back at home next Saturday. For Bremen as well, they'll have the full week off to practice and to get back onto it. Yeah. Not surprised that also Schmidt isn't happy with the result that the team showed here. Did of course have I think a long week off as well. I think the Leipzig game last weekend was the first one on the docket for match day 3, but yeah, the Bayern side here, Alexander Strauss, I'm sure will have a lot of critical words for his side as well, as it wasn't exactly everything as easy as the result might look like. Still, the positives stay, and it is their 43rd league game in a row. They have remained unbeaten, plenty of wins in that time, and yeah, putting their best foot forward towards this season. So, last in celebration still for the Bayern side. We'll take a quick look at the best scenes from this 4th match day for Bayern. Of course, 4 goals in total. It all started off with that cross from the corner into Lea Schüller on the back post. Big volley in the 26th minute. And then it was this, the second foul from Viggorsdottir to send her off in the 51st. From that point onward, Bayern were down to 10 players on the pitch. Bremen, more and more chances to get into the game. And had plenty of chances to get that way. However, it all came down to more Bayern action as well. And especially this long distance shots from Georgia Stanway in the 71st minute. Great build-up from the start. Yeah, down the left-hand side into Clara Bühl. Great vision from her to spot Georgia Stanway outside the area. She does have, in my opinion, one of the most powerful shots in the Frauen Bundesliga, and was able to score her 3rd goal of the season as well. Just great box-to-box play from Bayern. Of course, Georgia Stanway had plenty of chances throughout the game as well, especially in the first half. Did have a couple of shots from range that looked very, very promising. Got further instructions, even though everything was going great. Alexander Strauss did have a little bit more to say. Then it was a pass from Sydney Lohmann into Harder. And she was also able to make a move around Livia Peng to make it 4 for her this season. There was a subbed on Damjanovic into Lohmann. Combination of the 2 longest serving players for Bayern. And of course, after this one, just 2 minutes later, we did have another one later into the game. Loose ball, Damjanovic. Long solo run. Was able to beat all the defenders. Was able to chip it past Olivia Peng as well. Everyone from Bremen was just chasing. It was Georgia Stanway with that long ball. And somehow the afterburners start up for Damjanovic. He was also just subbed on in the 64th minute. And ultimately 4-0 at the end for the Bayern side. Another 3 points, another unbeaten game to continue their ongoing record. 63% possession for Bayern throughout this game as well. Over 90% passing accuracy. They completed over double the amount of passes. Of course, we do have one more game tonight in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Eintracht Frankfurt hosting Wolfsburg. The top spiel here for match day 4. We'll have full coverage of that as well if you do want to join us in just about an hour's time. And of course, we can also then take another look at the current standings in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Of course, a couple of games still to go. Jena will face off against Essen tomorrow. But with the table, it will be Bayern back up on top. 17 goals this season already. Have only conceded 3 and 12 points out of those 4 games. Unbeaten, haven't drawn a game. All wins for Alexander Strauss's side. Minus from Tyler Goff, I thank you guys for joining us here this afternoon. We have one more game in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga, as I just said, in an hour's time with Frankfurt against Wolfsburg. What a game here in Bremen. Bayern do come out on top with a 4-0 scoreline. A little bit more one-sided the scoreline than maybe the actual game was on the pitch. But thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you very, very soon. Goodbye.
eigentlich sind alle beim Warm-up. Ich habe noch Rotlicht gefahren. Okay. Ja, einer muss ja, ne?
Vierter Spieltag, Kugelpixel, Frauen-Bundesliga Wolfsburg ist zu Gast bei uns im Stadion am Brentanower und das Spiel unter der Leitung von Sisterin Dr. Hussein. Wir assistieren an den Linien Jasmin, Maximilian und Tina, denn die vierte offizielle der heutigen Meisterstadien nicht ganz herzlich willkommen hier in Frankfurt. Ein herzliches Willkommen geht natürlich auch allen mitgereisten Fans aus Wolfsburg. Unsere Gäste aus Wolfsburg stehen heute in folgender Aufstellung. Die Nummer 1 im Tor Marlen Groß mit der Nummer 2 Lilly Willis, die Nummer 4 Carsten Henry mit der 6 Janina Minge, die Nummer 8 Lena Lasswein mit der Nummer 9 Judith Ehrenstein, mit der 10 Svenja Huth, die Nummer 11 Alexander Kopp mit der Nummer 29 Brandt, die 31 Marina Hegering und die Nummer 39 Sarah Lindner. Zunächst auf der Bank neben Platz 22 Lisa Spitz, 7 Chantal Hage mit der 14 Julia Cabano, Nummer 18 Irland mit der 16 Kalman, die 21 Ritterfeier, Ludwig mit der 23 Servis und die 24 Jürgen Edelmeier und die 25 Endemann. Torschützen auf kommen hoch. Und liebe Eintracht-Fans, gleich geht's los und das heißt, wie immer, singen wir an dieser Stelle gemeinsam mit dem Polizeikorps Frankfurt unsere Hymne im Herzen von Europa.
Im Herzen von Europa liegt mein Frankfurt am Main. Die Bundesliga ließ sie hinauf, erstellt sich ein. Wir lieben eine Eintracht, die spielt Fußball ganz am Ort. Man denkt sie nicht nur an meine Stadt, nein, auf der ganzen Welt. Und wenn sie gewinnt im Waldstadion, dann ist die Stimmung groß.
Mannschaften, die heute im Topspiel 3 Punkte einfahren will. Hier ist die Mannschaftsaufstellung von Eintracht Frankfurt. Unsere Nummer 1 im Tor, Stina. Die Nummer 4, Sophia. Unsere Nummer 6 heißt Elisa. Mit der Nummer 8, Lisa. Unsere Nummer 10, die Kapitänin Laura. Mit der 14, Gabi. Die Nummer 17, Pia Sophie. Unsere Nummer 19 heißt Nicole. Die 22, Nani. Mit der Nummer 23, Sarah. Und die Nummer 28, Barbara. Auf der Bank nehmen zunächst Platz die 21, Lea Paulik. Mit der 5, Nani Sambik. Die Nummer 7, Lara Praschnika. Mit der 11, Nina Lösen. Die 15, Elena Schieber. Die Nummer 24, Anna Elin. Mit der 25, Jella Weid. Die Nummer 27, Sophie Magdiger. Und unsere Nummer 30, Carlotta Wagner. Unser Trainer Nico.
Transition where Eintracht Frankfurt fuse with the FFC Frankfurt from before that. It has been almost one-way traffic. 8 wins for the visitors for Wolfsburg in 9 matches, and also always dominant when it comes down to scoring there. However, of course, it is still a top spiel. Frankfurt currently sitting 4th in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Today's referee will be Dr. Reem Hussein, who's well known in the women's football world, does have experience towards the Women's Champions League and also European and World Cups. So with that, we'll jump into Eintracht Frankfurt starting lineup here with Stina Johannes in back, Pia Sophie Wolters, Dosu and Sophia Kleinherne, and Jella Weid in defense. Sens, Gräver, Dunst to make up that midfield, and then Reuteler, Freigang and Nicole Anyomi to make up the 3 at the front. It should be a very attacking 4-3-3, and especially those 3 attackers, Reuteler, Freigang and Anyomi, have already made up for 7 goals in this year's Frauen Bundesliga season here for the Eintracht. On the other side, of course, Wolfsburg, they did have action in midweek to qualify for the Women's Champions League. They had their second leg against Fionte, and compared to that, they have 8 changes. However, compared to the last Bundesliga outing against Cologne in that 5-1, no changes from there. Merle Froms starts in goal. Linda, Hegering, Hendrich and Wilms make up the back four. Latwein and Minge in that defensive midfield. Berenstein, Huth and Brandt to make up the attacking midfielding positions. And then Alexandra Popp, who's already scored 3 goals this season, will be looking to expand that and maybe even reclaim her top spot at the top of the goal scorers table by the end of this match day. We'll have to have a look how this game is going to go down at the Stadion am Brentano-Bad here in Frankfurt. Plenty of support to be expected for both sides, and we're certainly looking forward to a wildly competitive game here, as it is, well, certainly the biggest game of the weekend, and also should be quite decisive to see how the table is going to turn out towards the end of this match day. Of course, both teams currently sitting at 7 points, so it is one of those games. If you get a win, then all of a sudden you will put a great distance between you and the other side, and at the same time it's all about staying close to the Bayern side, who just earlier today were able to regain the top of the table, now sitting at 12 points. 4 wins out of 4 matches. Both of these sides have not been able to do that just yet. 2 wins and a draw each. So we'll have to see how this game turns out. The first stoppage in play, as Hegering is down for Wolfsburg and seems to be visibly in pain, is already being checked out by Hussein. We get to have another look at it. She fell right onto the ball, so that's why she has the abdominal pain there. Let's hope that everything's going to be all right going further. She is back on her feet, great to see, and gets an applause from the stadium here in Frankfurt. Should be an interesting game, of course, for Frankfurt. They had the week off, didn't have any action in midweek, but with the fact that Tommy Stroot for Wolfsburg did make 8 changes ahead of that game in the Women's Champions League qualifier, meant that the main squad also did have plenty of time off. It wasn't really a competitive game, as it was a 5-0 win for Wolfsburg, but they were able to field a secondary squad for that matchup, just because they had already won 7-0 in the first leg. So with that, they'll be part of the Women's Champions League this season. Certainly have been competitive in top European competition as well. And whilst they had to play second fiddle in the past couple of years, of course they have a great history of being champions in Germany, both in the league and also the DFB Pokal. At least for now, neither side able to break through the defenses just yet. Loud support for Frankfurt in the background, and right now Wolfsburg already trying to build on further. The long ball not able to really be chased down. The pressure is certainly on. But Stina Johannes puts her boot to it. Gets that ball as far away from her goal as possible. I thought it would have been an attacking foul there, or well, a foul against the Wolfsburg player, definitely. Frankfurt now, however, coming forward with some force down that right-hand side. Reuteler tries to center it, hits a back heel off of Alexandra Popp. Not to matter here. Of course, it was Hegering that put her back heel in. Alexandra Popp was trying to close down before the cross came in. But Wolfsburg now get to slow it down just slightly. Merle Froms in goal. The 29-year-old dropping the ball at her feet. And it should be a slow build from there. Long ball forward this time out. Ulla Brandt to try and chase. Again, it only goes as far as Stina Johannes. Wolfsburg's passing not exactly accurate just yet here in this game. It will be a Frankfurt free kick inside of their own half. Slow and steady from there. Just Lapvine clipping the back heel of Greve. Long ball into space for Frankfurt. Doesn't lead to anything this time out. Linda back to Forms. Does find space towards the center, however. Can't be picked up by Wolfsburg midfield, and ultimately Frankfurt now back in for another attack. Sense could bring that cross in, does bring it towards the center, and Yomi unable to control. Very interesting ahead of this fixture as well. Tommy Stroot said that it will certainly be duel at the same heights. They are, of course, very close together. But even though they've gotten a couple of good wins this season already, he doesn't see his team at his full potential just yet. There is a lot that they can still improve on. So we'll have to see what facing off against Frankfurt this early in the season will mean in that regard. Of course, it is only match day 4, so much still to be played. 22 match days in total in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. And these early minutes were still awaiting the first bigger attack from either side. Long ball forward again for Wolfsburg. Berenstein trying to bring the ball forward as well, but it doesn't quite work out for her. Maybe now as they win it back here around the center circle. Is pulled down to the ground. And the first yellow card of the game. Doesn't take too long, quite clear that Reem Hussein will not have any sort of foolery early in this game. Wants to show a clear way that this game's going to go. So we'll see what sort of repercussions that's going to show for Kleinherne. As Wolfsburg will have a free kick from a position that shouldn't really be too dangerous. Kleinherne still discussions that she's not quite agreeing with that early yellow card. Free kick comes in a little bit earlier than was approved. Whistle wasn't blown yet, so it will go back for the free kick once more. I think Wolfsburg just slightly inching forward with that as well. However, small little push in the penalty area will mean that Frankfurt will get the ball back without too much incident. I think they would have actually had a free kick, but they're just going to take it at the same position as a goal kick. Will lead to Frankfurt's possession with a throw-in on the far side here. Actually, not working all too bad with that back heel. Beating a couple of Wolfsburg players, however, ultimately picked back up. Should be a foul here, going the way of Frankfurt. They'll get that free kick at the center line as well. A little bit overzealous by Alexandra Popp. Comes towards the center, not quite cleared cleanly. Frankfurt doing their very best to try and get back onto that ball. They do manage, but have to recycle possession, bring it all the way back towards the defensive line, and maybe now try again with Biesofi Volta down the right-hand side. Cross comes in, big chance still. Franyomi cleared on the line. Big save by Hegering, and it will be a goal kick following as well. That Frankfurt attack pretty much had Merle Form's beat. Nice to drop it down with the chest, and Hegering just about saves it on the line. Very important for Wolfsburg. We stay level at 0. But that could and probably should have been the first goal here for our hosts, for Eintracht Frankfurt. Long ball forward. Easy pickings for Froms. Towards the left-hand side into Linda. Ball forward continues, trying to find Pop. At least the heading jewel is one in midfield, and maybe now an opportunity to continue down that left-hand side. Jule Brandt drops it to Hoots. Corner to Wolfsburg. First corner of the game as well. The ball needs to be inside of the quarter circle there. Not much changed on the position. The cross to come in. Dangerous towards the back post, very contested. We'll see a follow-up corner for Wolfsburg as they get to try again from the opposite side. Another angle on that earlier chance. Big shot by Anyomi. And the whole team has to thank Hegering for it still being 0-0. Crossed arms here for Lynn Wilms. Cross to come in. Not towards goal, however. And a nice attempt by Lynette Berenstein. Good pressure by Wolfsburg to force the throw in here, and the mistake on the passing from Frankfurt. Tommy Stroot quite happy with that situation as well. On the fact that his team put pressure on, was trying to coach from the sidelines to force them to go aggressive there. And from the opposite side, maybe you can hear in the background Nico Nautis being quite clear about the fact that that pull on the jersey should have given a yellow card. But obviously Reem Hussein saw it in a different way, and proceedings continue. Obviously Nico Nautis did see one of his players penalized early in this game with that yellow card against Kleinherne in the 7th minute. Pressure from Frankfurt is certainly there to try and win possession back high up the pitch. Wolfsburg trying to take advantage. Somehow, Lynette Berenstein is actually able to drop back and win possession back there for a second. Alexandra Popp penalized, I think, also for a pull. She clearly doesn't agree with that. Slight contact towards the right ankle. Not sure if it warranted enough for a free kick, but at least for now, not going to have any further effects going forward. Foul now called against Lynette Berenstein, who went down to the ground. Good attempt by Lisanne Greve. But now a dangerous position here for Wolfsburg. Would have expected them to maybe go down that right-hand wing. Have seen that option a couple times last season already. But instead, switching sides over towards the left. Maybe now an opportunity. Lula Brandt was trying to come forward down that wing, unable to deliver a cross towards the center, but quick throw-in by Linda brings play back rolling, and now Wolfsburg, at least in an attempt to keep that ball going, will win possession back before Frankfurt can clear their own lines. And a long ball down that right-hand side into Lynette Berenstein. Should be a little bit too long and easy pickings for Stina Johannes. She comes out to meet it. Lots of instructions in the background from Nautis to spread out the play. Of course, he's been with this squad for 4 years now, since 2020. So he has developed this squad in a big way. Foul now here by Pia-Sophie Volter. Yellow card as she went in a bit too aggressive against Alexandra Popp. Did clip her right ankle. Did look painful. Two of the Frankfurt defenders now booked. Nico Nautis just cannot let things go. But he feels like it shouldn't have gone that way. In talks with the fourth official. Alexandra Popp right now still on the ground, getting attention from her team's medical staff. It's now again a position that should be a lot more dangerous. We get another angle. It was just straight to the back of the heel. Alexandra Popp back on her feet, testing things out. But looks like she'll be fine to continue. And we'll get proceedings back going. Lots of support all around the pitch. Now from this free kick, take it directly. Nice attempt by Lynn Wilms. Cheeky shot towards goal, maybe a little bit too far out, but Stina Johannes did have to make a big move to get after it. However, Frankfurt already coming back forward the other way. Inside the box, dangerous, first shot blocked. Wolfsburg able to get things clear for now. After that first attempt by Dunst, Frankfurt pick it back up in midfield. It's been a pretty 50-50 game, both teams having chances to get towards goal. Only two bigger finishing opportunities just yet. Good defending by Wolfsburg, and I thought that that should be a Wolfsburg throw-in. It will in fact be a Frankfurt throw-in. Foul called, and Frankfurt now in a similarly dangerous position. A little bit further outside. A perfect opportunity to bring across towards the center. Everyone focusing on exactly that on the Wolfsburg side, getting ready for that cross. With the next big challenge for Merle Froms. Cross comes in from Dunst towards the back post, headed away. And immediately Lineth Berenstein on the chase, able to keep that ball in play. Just unable to start the engine for Wolfsburg, coming the other way. And actually, the attempted clearance, I think, missed out on hitting the ball correctly. And we'll see a corner kick for Frankfurt. Yeah, just on the open foot. No one really knowing who's going to sprint for it. Frankfurt now again from a set piece. Out swinger from Barbara Dunst. A bit crowded around Merle Froms as well. Towards the front post, no one there for Frankfurt, cleared away in first instance. However, they can keep on going. One of the Wolfsburg players down inside the box. We'll have a small stoppage here. And a bit of stretching going on. Not sure if that might be connected to the earlier situation where Hegering, I think it was Hegering, also fell on the ball. And she still has some pain from that. But again, second corner comes in. This time again headed away and a long clearance on. Trying to start a run here for Wolfsburg. Maybe it works out this time. Jule Brandt does get closed down, however. Frankfurt just slightly dominating when it comes down to possession. It's about 55 to 45 at this time, and that is pretty much what we've seen as well. They've had more actions coming forward, have looked a little bit stronger. But it is still very much a 50-50 game. Ball now again for Wolfsburg, attempted, but again it only finds the sidelines. Nico Nautis looking on from his tactical area on the side. Right now, cheeky back heel attempted to continue with the play. And this time Nicola Niomi will get a talking to by Hussein, the referee here, that will not fly. She impedes on the quick throw-in. With that pace slowed down for Wolfsburg. Of course, try to go down the line, as you always do. And all get together by Janina Minge and Svenja Hoot. Has a little bit of a limp to her, but looks to be continuing on right now. Goal kick for Wolfsburg. Yeah, not something you need, that two players get together and might hurt themselves slightly, especially in a game that's promised to be very, very physical as it progresses. Time and time again, those long balls attempted to find Lineth Berenstein on that right-hand side. I do feel like maybe sometimes they'd be better felt if one of the players drops back of that front three to try and fill a little bit of that center space, to build things up with more shorter passes, because there is a little bit of space in that Frankfurt midfield. Wolfsburg could try to operate right now, though. Frankfurt coming forward. I think Nicole Anyomi is onside, but it won't matter, as Hegering wins that sprinting duel, gets it back to Merle Froms. Her outlet pass towards the left-hand side into Jule Brandt works out well. And still, the pressure from Frankfurt is immense. Even though things will slow down slightly now, Wolfsburg will try to come forward. Hoot to Berenstein. She's dispossessed. I believe Reuteler was the one here to make that quick run back. To support as Wolfsburg are trying to come forwards. Good attempt by Berenstein to keep that ball inside the pitch, but it does go out and behind for a goal kick. Stina Johannes can take her time. Wolfsburg do have players forward to try and put pressure on. Svenja Hoop doesn't want to over-press, but good interception there by Jule Brandt, and it will be a Wolfsburg throw-in for Linde. She goes backwards, and they just want to maybe reassert possession a little bit longer here. Not give the ball straight back towards Frankfurt and give them a chance to rebuild from their own midfield. Maybe now Sens does have support down the right-hand side by Volta. Frankfurt opt to go towards the left. Good run down. Fight, cross comes in. Only fisted away by Merle Fromm. Secondary chance, big block here by Jule Brandt. Still hot for Frankfurt, as now maybe the clearance can be on, and can Wolfsburg finally start onto a counter-attack? Don't really have the outlets for it. Alexandra Pop's attempted pass is blocked. The ball just pushed forward by Sens. It will be a throw-in just by the corner flag for Eintracht Frankfurt. Let's have another look at that situation from earlier. Not exactly the best clearance from that cross-in. Difficult ball to manage, but now three Wolfsburg defenders trying to win the ball back quickly on the side. Does at least force Wolfsburg back. Captain Sarah Dorsen pushes it back to Stina Johannes. The long ball down the left-hand side. So Frankfurt just not finding that pathway forward. It could be one of those games that might be sterile for a long time until one of these two sides finds their way through and scores that first goal, and maybe then it opens up. History of this game has always had plenty of goals in the past. Last two times ended up producing a 3-0 victory at home for Wolfsburg last season in February, back in October of last year. Around the same timing, 1st of October, it was a 4-2 win here in Frankfurt for the Wolves. Should be offsides. That was the call from the official. The flag went up. The first half an hour coming to a conclusion here. Quick goal kick, just quick touch to it. And an opportunity for Hegering to find a ball towards Jule Brandt. She's brought down to the ground. It's something where now Frankfurt have to watch out a little bit. Zen's quite vocal after the fact, but I mean, she did pretty much hook herself into Jule Brandt's arm. Didn't let her get away. Still Nico Anautis. Not sure if he's unhappy with how it's being played or if he's still unhappy with the calls on the pitch as he was earlier. Haven't heard him as loud over the microphones here on site, apart from giving his team instructions right now. Attempted back heel by Alexandra Popp to bring it back to Jule Brandt. It'll be a goal kick for Frankfurt. As Wolfsburg yet to actually produce a dangerous chance in front of goal. Yeah, 50-50 game thus far. Not a lot of action in front of the goals. And a lot of this back and forth, a lot of long balls into space, and sometimes it works out. More than often, it's shut down by the defense of Frankfurt. So they've tried to develop a little bit more through the wings, especially down that right-hand side. Nice move by Linda. Unfortunately, not able to cleanly release her pass, and ultimately still Frankfurt not as accurate themselves. And now Hegering does find a pass towards Lynn Wilms down that right-hand wing. No one there to really support, so they have to go backwards slightly. Mingen now. Her pass also being cut out, intercepted, and Frankfurt trying to come the other way, but at the same time, Latvine goes in quite aggressively, stops it in first instance. However, now it's chasing as Frankfurt are coming forward with some speed. A little bit too long for Laura Freigang to be able to stop that and cross it in before hitting the touchline. But a good move by Anyomi, just a little bit too strong on that pass. Now the long goal kick headed on towards Lennart Bernstein. Strong defending by Lynn Wilms. Expected her to actually win that and get the throw in on the far side. However, it's a free kick for Frankfurt. Might have been offside here onto Anyomi. That is the call on the pitch as well. Just a reminder from referee Reem Hussein that it is to be taken from outside the box. Trying to find the correct positioning. From there on, Merle Froms will go over towards the left. Very strong run, and ultimately the run from Says pays off because Frankfurt are able to at least come forward from it. Big pressure on to Merle Froms, and all she can do is look towards the sidelines. Would have expected that to be a foul as well from Sens, but all fine and dandy. from the officials, so Frankfurt can continue on their attacking plan. Just over 10 minutes still to go in this first half. Right now it might be that counter-attack. Long run continuing down the left-hand side by Alexandra. Well, Alexandra Pop not actually seeing that long run down the left. Very unfortunate, because I think that they probably would have been better dealt than trying to go towards Lineth Berenstein, who was more towards the center. Dangerous passing by Wolfsburg, almost giving the ball away to Frankfurt. Quite equal on the passing success rate as well for both teams, both hovering around 77–78%. That's been something that we've seen reflected a couple times now. Push here from Frankfurt penalized, and a free kick from a position that Wolfsburg can certainly get dangerous from. Too much use of her body by Sarah Dorson against Jule Brandt. Dorson and Brandt still having a conversation afterwards. She might have seen it a little bit differently. 4 players for Wolfsburg around the ball, seeing what they want to do from this set piece. It does take quite a long time until they actually decide. I expect maybe Lynn Wilms to have this one. Alexandra Pop also lined up for it. 2 players for Wolfsburg building that false wall, and maybe now with Berenstein making a run. Takes a long time here. And the shot goes straight into the wall. But Wolfsburg will get another chance. Jule Brandt being sent down that left-hand wing by Linda. Quick throw in to follow as well. Another throw in as well, as Wolfsburg now finally have a phase. They might be a little bit more dangerous. At least keep possession in that attacking third for a little bit longer. They do come out on top, and that's fine. Towards the left, and now Jule Brandt. Big block it out for another corner here for Wolfsburg. Stina Johannes saw that coming the whole way. It was a nice combination into midfield. And up with Jule Brandt having a decent amount of space to get to that finish. But a big save for Stina Johannes. Corner now taken towards that front post, headed on. Free kick given. It's a lot of minute details currently in this game. And I guess the expectation from everyone here is as well that that's exactly how it's going to continue. That was pretty much the expectation from everyone, that it is going to be a very competitive duel. We might not see too many chances. They might just need one goal and all of a sudden the flood doors open. Plenty more follow from either side as both teams open up slightly. I've said it a couple times now that, of course, it's been a massive reliance on also try and come forward here for Wolfsburg. The pressure is strong. This time Sens called back. Wolfsburg don't waste any time. Again, Jule Brandt on that left wing. We'll at least get a throw in for a team. Get another look at that tackle. But too much wanted. Yes, the final touch was against the ball. Did have a couple of pegs towards the ankle this time out. Frankfurt get to play on. Maybe counter-attack once more. Sure, everyone from Wolfsburg has already retreated here. Still, the Frankfurt game wants to have a little bit of pace. Good job by Wilms. Does lose it in the aftermath, but the cross towards Laura Freigang, not dangerous enough. Wolfsburg get that goal kick. And a decent run forwards to that midfield, and now Lynette Berenstein coming into the area. She was being held on to, not enough for Reem Hussein, but that push might have a little bit of a conversation and should at least give a warning here. Wouldn't have been surprised if it would have been a yellow card against Sophia Kleinherne, but because she was booked in the 7th already, she should really be taking better care. And sure, whilst the offense might not be enough for a penalty in that area, the push afterwards certainly not needed in the situation that she's in, being booked in the 7th minute already. Not something that you should follow up again in this game. Nicola Nyomi a little bit too harsh against Marina Hegering. She does have a little bit of a limp, but should be fine here. She's had a couple of hotter hits in this game here. Might already be looking forward to having a little bit of a break in towards half-time. I mean, that's what defenders are made for, to have a lot of heavy contacts. So she was down the ground twice earlier already. Also received lots of kicking from the Frankfurt players. This time again, foul against Lynette Berenstein. And again, it is Sophia Kleinherne. Has certainly collected up now. Free kick for Wolfsburg then. Closing minutes of the first half here still to come. Be expecting 2 to 3 minutes of injury time with the couple of stoppages that we did have for a couple of players being down and being treated. Lots of movement there outside of the box for Wolfsburg ahead of that likely cross. Does come in, headed away by Frankfurt, but Wolfsburg stay in touch. Lena Latvine, 2 players to beat, doesn't quite manage it. Good job by both Nicola Nyomi and Zara Dorson as they combine to bring 2 players against Latvine. Make sure the secondary cross doesn't happen to come straight back in. It's been a lot of box-to-box for Nicola Nyomi, also on both sides of the pitch. Very, very involved in this first half. Now, though, the run down the left-hand side for Jule Brandt does stay on her feet. First cross blocked. Second one she's not going to get, as it will be a throw-in. Again, doubled up. VFL chants in the background for Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg seem all bits more solid towards the latter half of this first half. Have developed time and time again. A couple more actions coming forward, still not getting to those finishing touches. Frankfurt unable to complete a counter-attack here. But still do have space if that ball bounces through. Reuterer also tries to get it back towards the center. Nicola Nyomi fighting for it. And handball called against Hegering, I believe. Went down. And it did go towards her hand. We'll get it in the replay. Of course, everyone from Wolfsburg saying Hendrich already went down to the ground. Hegering definitely had contact with her hand after that shot from Nicola Nyomi. Of course, no VAR for this decision to be overturned in the Frauen Bundesliga. Frankfurt will get a big chance to go 1-0 up in this first. Sarah Dorsun steps up and scores for Eintracht Frankfurt as it's 1-0 in this Sunday evening Topspiel. And the Eagles are up 1-0. Sarah Dorsun, the captain, scores for her team off the line. Melle Froms had the right corner in mind. Was not exactly the tallest goalkeeper in the league at 174 centimeters, but still very well placed. Didn't see what the board said as it went up. I was expecting 2 to 3 minutes. Seen that reflected yet, and didn't hear an announcement either. But that will be it for the first half. Frankfurt just about in the nick of time. Make it 1-0. They did have the early chances in this game, but it's been a game that hasn't seen too many of those thus far here. Very competitive game in Frankfurt. Both Wolfsburg and Frankfurt going head-to-head. Wolfsburg, I think, need to work a little bit when it comes down to finding their passing, because they haven't placed too many. They've certainly improved in the latter phase of the first half. And very unfortunate with that decision. However, I think all fair. Definitely lots of chances to change things in that second, but the penalty goal certainly changes things up. As we'll take a short break ahead of that second half. We'll have to see what both teams will bring to the table, what both managers want to say as well here at halftime. And as soon as players return, we'll get back to you here from Frankfurt.
Erwerben und es auch direkt blocken lassen. Es stehen ausgebildete Spielerinnen zur Verfügung. Außerdem gibt es den Matchday-Artikel Logo für 15 Euro. Noch ein weiterer Hinweis: das Spiel der Männer im Team ist beendet. Der Endstandort 2:4 für unsere Eintracht. Das heißt Auswärtssieg. Ja, und das ist dann ein Spielfeld für alle, insbesondere auch für Frauen und Mädchen, die sollte der hessische Fußball sein. Dafür sind sie verstärkt auf der hessische Fußballverein, um natürlich die Frauen im Fußball in Hessen weiter eine Spielfeld zu bieten. Dabei wird diesen Ausschnitt des Frauen und Mädchen auch spielen. Es ist Aufgabe, den Fußball in allen Beziehungsebenen zu öffnen und zu Sinn auf einer funktionierenden Erste Minute der Nachspielzeit des ersten.
Ready for the second half here in Frankfurt as both teams return to the pitch, and we're ready to see what that second half is going to hold. It looked like it will be a level game for quite a long time here at the Stadion am Brentano Bad. However, Frankfurt able to get that last-minute goal in with a injury time penalty kick by Sarah Dorson, is able to beat Merle Folms by mere inches. However, Frankfurt right now are ahead, and I'm sure that Nico Nautis is quite happy about that as the result stands for the moment. However, at the same time, I'm sure that he had a lot of input. He was on the sidelines quite a lot, giving further instructions to his team. Wasn't all too happy with some of the decisions. However, we'll have to see what this team, what Wolfsburg can do in that second half. Tommy Strutz said ahead of the game that it clearly is a game that is 50-50 and that could go either way. And yeah, just a team on the side of Frankfurt that kept on pushing to bigger and better things over the last couple of years and had very little changes, and especially when it comes to attacking, they have a massive individual quality. They're so dangerous when it comes to that, and thus far Tommy Strutz's team has not been able to find a way through Frankfurt's defense either. It's been very difficult to try and find anything through the midfield or any of the sort. So we'll have to see if there will be any changes heading into this second half. See a lot of the players warming up, but I don't think any changes just yet early on towards this second half. Right now, long ball forward. And for Wolfsburg, it's just about getting out of this danger area once more. Maybe it's Frankfurt to start things early, and that's exactly what we'll see. Nicola Niomi. It all takes about 18 seconds for her to score that 2-0. And from a long ball forward, Wolfsburg not able to clear their own lines. Laura Freigang able to win that ball back and able to get things with that flat pass over to Nicole Aniomi. Great interception as well from Geraldine Reuteler and Barbara Dunst. And in the end, Wolfsburg out of position. They were all shifted towards that near side. And in the end, it's one pass towards Nicola Aniomi. Earlier, we had a similar situation in the 9th minute of the first half. That was just about stopped by Marina Hegering. However, not this time. And now Wolfsburg certainly have their work cut out for them. It does come straight the other way, and Lena Latvine will have a chance at Sina Johannes. However, this time, not much danger to come from it. Quick starts into this second half. And certainly a big shock, I guess, for any of the Wolfsburg fans, as all of a sudden it has become such a monumental task to find a way back into this game. Maybe do things early. Eula Brandt goes down in their own build-up. Big shot from range from Alexandra Popp just inside the area. It'll be a goal kick. Alexandra Popp not happy. She did get her finishing touch off. And Frankfurt now maybe also a time to slow things down slightly, or maybe use this momentum to add even more on top. Laura Freigang drops it back to Sens. Keeps on going forward now into Reuteler. Cross comes in. Not enough players in the box. It's too close to Merle Folms. And Nicola Niomi can also not get to it. But one explosive start to this second half. Nicola Niomi scores her 3rd goal of the season. Drums in the background for Wolfsburg to fight and win. But a 1-0 is one thing. Being down by 2 is a whole different story. Last year here in Frankfurt, it was 4-2 at the end. So certainly a situation where you might be able to get back into it. Frankfurt will keep on pushing. Another corner to come for the home side. Level on corners now. Both 3. Everyone bunched up towards that penalty spot as they explode out, headed away by Alexandra Popp, and then a big clearance on for Wolfsburg. It's already Jule Brandt trying to get behind it and to start an attack, but Frankfurt do retreat, slow things down and get their structure back. Naomi to go down, play on, says the referee. Hussein, as now it's coming forward with Berenstein, good chance. A strong save as well. Last time in Frankfurt, there's also a quick goal at the start of the second half for Frankfurt to put them up 2-1. It was 1-1 at halftime. And Wolfsburg were still able to turn things back around, so maybe they can do just the same today. We said that 1 or 2 goals might be the catalyst for this game to start getting a little bit crazier, and we've already seen a lot more chances here in the second half than what the first half felt like. Good pressure on, good chase. Just about kept inside for Frankfurt. Wolfsburg will now try to rebuild. Space down the right-hand side for Lynn Wilms. Attempted pass into Latvine, but doesn't quite find its mark. Kolanyomi now looking for that through ball. Into Laura Freigang. Her gesturing also is to maybe slow things down just slightly. They do, of course, have early momentum here. But maybe a response from Wolfsburg needed in the next 10 minutes or so. Plenty of options on the benches for both sides as well. Tommy Strotter and Nico Nautis need fresh legs on the pitch. It's a little bit too quick for Alexandra Popp to get that ball under control, to get it towards the wing. Into Jule Brandt. A strong move by Laura Freigang. Unable to keep possession throughout it though. Maybe now space down the right-hand side here. Svenja Hoot does have options towards the center. Goes all the way towards the byline. Jule Brandt gets the ball towards the back post. Still have one of the Frankfurt players down. She was holding on to her face for a second. I'm sure we'll see right away why. She had contact with the knee of Jule Brandt. Back on her feet. Wilms trying to find that ball forward towards Berenstein. It's been really interesting to see Svenja Hoot more and more drifting towards that right-hand side in the attacking play. This time, Lena Latvain will see yellow. That's Reutela on the ground. Yes, it is. Yeah, foot of her foot stepped on. I think anyone that's played football in the past knows exactly how painful that can be. Her second yellow of the season. Not to worry this early on, though. Another look at that attempt from Berenstein earlier. Big stop with that back heel. With the reaction that Johanna's had right away, it looked like she wasn't sure that she kept it out of the goal. But a good stop. Yeah, Reutela back to her feet. Good to continue. And first substitution to come here. Anna Ehling getting ready. Maybe now Wolfsburg down the left-hand side with Jule Brandt. Not going to be called back for that slight tackle there. Good run by Jule Brandt. Goes down, but not enough for Reem Hussein. Now a bit for Celis. The entry there against Nicole Aniemi. Aniemi's still down there. At the same time, Pia-Sophie Volter as well. Still down from this earlier collision with Jule Brandt. Sophia Kleinherne, the one to be replaced then by Anna Ehling.
Wechsel bei unserer Mannschaft. Wir bedanken uns bei unserer Nummer 4, Sophia.
Kleinherne did have a good game, but I think it's also good to have her subbed off. Of course, did collect that yellow card in the 7th minute, very, very early on. Did have a couple situations later on in that first half as well that could have maybe warranted a second yellow after the amount of tackles. did do a very good game in that first half. And now Wolfsburg looking to be on the break, sprinting duel to get towards that long ball. Good job by Lynn Wilms. Just unable to keep possession afterwards. Frankfurt now might want to counter on their own. Anyomi to Reuteler. Attack still going, back to Anyomi. Does still have support by Laura Frey going to his side, but doesn't need it. 3-0 Frankfurt under the hour mark. And Frankfurt now want to run away with this one. Yeah, Wolfsburg trying to come forward, did commit everyone forwards. This breakdown here, 3 players committing to win that ball back. Quick pass to Anyomi. Great move by Reuteler to stay on side as well. Anyomi continues her run. No one able to stop her. And Nicole Anyomi makes her 2nd of the game and her 4th this season. Great run. An even better strike to get past Merle Froms. And I don't want to count Wolfsburg out just yet. But unless they respond soon, and with a brace of their own, it might just be Frankfurt to run away with this one on the Sunday late afternoon kickoff here. The top spiel of match day 4. I think that does tie back into... I'll hold that thought for a second as Frankfurt to get another chance with Merle Froms off her line. Still not clear right now as plenty of Frankfurt jerseys are still forwards. And they'll range actually stopped by Reuteler to get a stronger shot off, and now it's Jule Brandt to try and come the other way. She's brought to the ground, and that'll be a quick yellow card. Big contact from behind by Barbara Dunst. But yeah, very scary situation here. Probably should have seen another goal, but good coverage coming back by Katrin Hendrich. Merle Froms has had 2 situations this afternoon where she was saved by her defense very early on in the game, in the 9th minute by Marina Hegering. Now again by Katrin Hendrich. And another counter-attack here quickly for Frankfurt. Can it be Anyomi with the hat-trick? First contact does lose possession to Lynette Berenstein, and now Wolfsburg still want to have a say. Deflection of the ball forwards. Svenja Hood attempted. It should be Frankfurt to clear their own lines. It's Lynn Wilms to pick it back up, tries to get it into feet for Jule Brandt. Going on the sidelines. Double substitution on the side of Wolfsburg. Latzwein coming off, and so is Berenstein, and Svennis Jonsdottir, and Endemann to come on. Be now to get dangerous for Wolfsburg. Maybe even an opportunity to find that pass down the right-hand side into Wilms. It's a cross in and a header by Hegering. Not too dangerous from it. Slatvine was booked in the 55th as well. At the same time, did have a couple of strong players coming forward. Another replay from that earlier goal from Aniomi. Great combination between her and Geraldine Reuteler. As the defense for Wolfsburg sort of broke down. Again, Aniomi on the ball. Great vision there. Just not working out. That left now does have Reuteler as support. Wolfsburg looking to just bring in another throw-in. Wolfsburg back into play. Do still have Alexandra Pop down on the ground. Do want to continue, but are going to put the ball into touch now. So it does take a second until the medical staff actually makes their way onto the pitch. I was trying to get her foot in for that clearance. And it's just that doesn't look all too good. Contact towards her knee. I'm guessing that there will be a substitution here. Because it wasn't the contact to the knee, it was more the deflection than the movement that her leg made afterwards into the air. Away from her natural movement. That's concerning. For Alexandra Pop. Is at least limping off the pitch now. I'm guessing that we will see her subbed off. Throw in to come for Frankfurt, but I'm sure that that ball will go straight back to Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg still trying to find a response then to this game. Pop is back on the pitch, so she seems fine to continue. keep an eye on her. Her run still doesn't look as natural. So seems to be in pain there, but right now maybe the opportunity for Wolfsburg to still come forward. Sort of breaks down there. Just over 20 minutes to go, and Wolfsburg now with a promising opportunity here. Cross comes in. No one there to meet it yet. Everyone just shielding for a secondary shot from that second row. But at the same time, Frankfurt will try to use Wolfsburg's disorganization to maybe seal the deal even further, get another goal on. But right now, Wolfsburg doing well to win balls back. Maybe now from that left-hand side. Stotia has made a couple of good runs there, and again gesturing that she wants the ball down that left from Jule Brandt, but her move forward also breaks down, and now it's Laura Freigang. Slows it down a bit. Offsides called against. Thought it was the offside call against Frankfurt there. Certainly was. But with the way that Hegering was moving away, she didn't seem too happy with it. Right now, though, down the right-hand side, maybe can make a difference here. Sendemann ventured towards the inside. Long ball forward now. And again, no one really there to take it from that long ball from Hendrik. Brandt still there in support of Jonsdottir. She gets it towards the center into Svenja Hood. Good stop from the ground by Hegering. Otherwise, Frankfurt would have again been on for a break. Lynn Wilms. Forward into Jonsdottir. But right now, Captain Sarah Dorson gesturing for a substitution. Not sure if she took a hit, if it is simply just muscular problems at this stage of the game. I think we'll see Romina Chiba to come on then. License is back on her feet. She's very influential in a lot of scenes, very strong defensively. But also had a couple of strong balls coming forward. So Romina Chiba comes on in her place.
Neu für sie auf dem Feld ist unsere Nummer 15, Remina.
Frankfurt's attacking play just stop before it can even start, just by their passing not being really accurate enough. At the same time, Wolfsburg fall to the same situation. Push from behind against Pop, has her clinching her head. Still everyone trying to go for the ball. Match will be stopped again. And that's the, I think, third knock, second bigger knock that Pop took in this game. Oh, it was head-to-head between her and Ehling. I would imagine that will have Alexandra Pop also subbed off. Wolfsburg did have that double substitution earlier. Seems like the same situation to come here. I think I saw Rabano getting ready on the sidelines. Not sure who the second player was. Chantal Hagel as well. Brandt will come off as well.
76. Spielminute Wechsel bei den Gästen aus dem Spiel die 29 Jule Brandt.
So Lindner. So Lynn Wills comes off for Chantal Hage. Lindner comes off for Nuria Rabano. And Jule Brandt to be replaced by Blomqvist. So yeah, I guess Alexandra Pop with that will stay on the pitch, as there isn't any further substitutions. But right now, Wolfsburg, yeah, still not enough for Jonsdottir to get a shot off, not enough to get a penalty in that situation. I think that's pretty much fair and square away in the penalty area. Beam Hussein did have a good eye on it. Of course, I'd say one of the most experienced women's football referees here in Germany. So a wealth of experience through all competitions. But right now, again, Frankfurt did just sub in Chiba. Already has her first touch, and then it's the long ball towards Laura Freigang attempted. Chiba drops it back to Lisanne Greve. Frankfurt continued to be in possession. It's kind of equaled out. It was a lot more the way of Frankfurt in the first half. Then Wolfsburg had their own phase. Now it's around 50-50. So we'll have to see what those changes will mean, as that long ball forward into Nicole Aniomi unfortunately hits the back of her head and breaks down from there. Wolfsburg trying to find passing solutions, trying to come forward, and again it's a good pass forward, this time into Laura Freigang. But a good job by Merle Froms to close down the angle. The secondary shot isn't going to be on target, and the hustle by Froms is on to get a ball back into play, to see if her team can have another shot in this game. Very tight, but barely onside was Laura Freigang. Control onto her right foot to make a meaningful finish. Again, Wolfsburg will try to come the other way. Being held onto, I think she's happy to take that foul as well. Yeah, the minutes are ticking on and timing is closing for Wolfsburg. Don't want to say it's impossible, but that third goal certainly made it ever so more unlikely. Frankfurt keep the ball in play on that far side. Jonsdott here to get it back into play. Cross in towards the center, into Alexandra Popp. No secondary chance just yet. Clearance on for now. Very unfortunate as well that Enderman wasn't able to make proper contact with that ball. That way Frankfurt can clear their own lines, get it back out from their own danger zone. And everyone from Wolfsburg hustled back as they win the ball. They don't have anyone forwards anymore. Jonsdott here, difficult time receiving that ball. It will be Frankfurt to continue that. And the home supporters loving what they're seeing today. I think a lot of experts did see Wolfsburg as their favorites. I would have expected that Wolfsburg would have probably been that inch better. But at the same time, they haven't convinced as much today just yet, and Frankfurt were able to get that penalty just before the halftime whistle. I'm surprised that we didn't get to see any injury time because we did have some stoppages in that first half. But in this second, it was an explosive restart for Anyomi. Two goals for her today. I'm sure that she's looking for more as well. So who knows, maybe even make it the hat trick. A replay of that situation. The potential handball, of course, no VAR in the Frauen Bundesliga. Maybe also difficult to spot as it was happening live. Good ball. Now over towards Svenja, who does have support down that right-hand side. Maybe this time with Enderman. Alexandra Popp unable to get towards that back post. We talked about the fact that she's had a couple of hits today. Did put her arm up for it. Just a little bit too steep to get behind that cross. Good vision by Vivian Enderman. I'm sure that they would love to have another shot goal here. I think Reem Hussein just putting the reminder out there for Stina Johannes that she might need to be a little bit faster on that goal kick. Also for Frankfurt, even though it is managing this lead over the finish line. Long clearance away. In the background as well, we can hear Nico Arnautis saying good, good, and to slow things down. Calling it as their ball as well as the ball went out for a Frankfurt throw-in. Hagel going backwards to Minge. Now Froms to Hendrich. More and more in the second half. We talked about the fact that she's drifted out towards that right-hand side. This time the long ball out towards Enderman. It was, of course, more of an attacking change when Lena Latvine came off earlier. The time is running away for the Wolves. Long throw from Wolfsburg. Clearance blocked. Maybe now the opportunity. Again, out towards that right-hand wing. Jonsdott here. She's swapped sides as well. A shot from outside the area, not exactly the perfect contact. Will be a goal kick from that shot from Svenja Hoot. 3 more changes to come for Frankfurt as well. In these closing minutes, of course, that always takes time off the clock as well. Pop now with a shot from range. And after the chance as well, nice to see Sarah Dorson, the captain, giving instructions again to the rest of the squad on how they want to continue here. Next couple of games for Wolfsburg as well. Leipzig, Bayern on the docket. Not too easy. Of course, we had Bayern play earlier today up against Bremen. Hold that thought, but they also have a very busy schedule facing both Wolfsburg and Frankfurt in the coming weeks. So plenty more of the top contenders for this year's Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga going head-to-head in these next coming weeks. Right now, though, again, Endemann down the right-hand side. Low pass towards the center, no one making a run for it. Frankfurt, whilst they do have 3 changes ready, just want to say maybe they won't even get to use them as they keep on coming forward. We'll see that stoppage now. As the board goes up, our Freigang will come off. So will two-time goal scorer today, Nicola Niomi. She'll be replaced by Laura Prasnica. Here's Sophie Wolter coming off as well for Carlotta Wamser.
Und außerdem vom Feld die Nummer 17, Pia Sophie. Und wir begrüßen unsere Nummer 11, Nina.
Nina Lürsen as well will slot in towards Pia Sophie Walter's position. 4,805 in attendance at this game here in Frankfurt today. So yeah, closing minutes now. Frankfurt will have another attack. Maybe now. Promising here. Passing not accurate enough and will break down slightly. Reuteler on the opposite side, still on the ball. Greve to pick it up as well. Wolfsburg still trying to have some sort of say, but as Wamser went down, Frankfurt will have another quick free kick here inside of Wolfsburg half. And yeah, I mean, it is just about bringing this result through. Wolfsburg, I think this one's done, and Frankfurt will definitely win. The only question is, will it be 3-0? Will it be 4? Can Wolfsburg still get a goal to close things out? So maybe just cosmetically improve their results. But Frankfurt, at least for the moment, staying in possession. Good chase down by Alexandra Popp. But the ball moving quickly. Frankfurt also making sure that they're not going to be caught off by any missed passes. That's going to give an easy chance to Wolfsburg. Of course, it is still very early in the season, but when you have a Topspiel between two top contenders, whilst Bayern might be the ones to run away with a lot of things this season, it could still very well be that these two decide the further Champions League spot between themselves. Of course, Leipzig certainly one of the teams to look out for in that regard. But as things currently stand, it would then be Frankfurt at 10 points. Same points as Leverkusen. Of course, Leverkusen, their current standing still is in review, of course, because they have to replay that win against Freiburg. Because the DFB decided that there was a missed referee call that decided the outcome of that game very late. Into injury time now. 5 minutes added on top here in Frankfurt. And yeah, I mean, we did have a lot of stoppages, especially in the second half. Maybe makes up for some of the stoppages we had in the first as well. Right now, one more chance for Endermann, crossing in towards the back post. Unfortunate just for Alexandra Popp that she's not able to get over the top of that ball to head it down. Great cross though by Endermann. Just all about the stoppage there from the goal kick. Frankfurt throwing on the far side. So Frankfurt with the current standing, with the fact that Leverkusen still have to replay their game against Freiburg, would put Frankfurt on second place, 2 points behind Bayern. Get to see the replay there. The yellow card came out after Stina Johannes repositioned the ball for the goal kick. Shouldn't have too much of an outcome on the game either way. It's her first yellow of the season anyways, so don't think there's too much to worry there right now though. Maybe it's Frankfurt one more time. Nice little fake out down the left-hand side for Wamser. Great tackle as well by Lewison. Stop at every point and make life difficult for your opposite team. Wolfsburg not really getting those chances. Frankfurt now with Wamser coming forward. Maybe, just maybe, that fourth goal of the afternoon or early evening now. We'll see another corner for Frankfurt. But I think this letter is already sealed and signed. Expecting another goal late in this one. We'll have a look at what this corner can produce. Lewison to deliver. Very, very tied there in front of goal. Short pass this time out into Praznika. Cross now to come towards goal. Melef Holmes picks it up, gets that clearance on. Maybe Wolfsburg will have another chance. Jonsdottir down the left. Two players covering her off though. Dorson to steal it away. Throw in now. Long throw in. Again, Frankfurt just able to stop enough to not really let Wolfsburg build from anything after the fact. Frankfurt will have another throw in. Just mere seconds now still to go in this second last game of match day 4. Tomorrow evening is still Essen visiting Jena. Maybe Wolfsburg will have one more chance at goal. Right now it is the counter-attack, which should be Melef Holmes just to get that ball away from goal. Finds Katrin Hendrich. And that's the final whistle here for the top spiel of match day 4. Eintracht Frankfurt. A little bit of surprise just before the halftime whistle blew. Penalty given their way. Dorson was able to make it 1-0 at halftime. And ultimately it took all of 18 seconds for Nicola Niomi to find the back of the goal in that second half. She had a similar chance in the first half in only the 9th minute, which was stopped by Hegering on the line. Just this time, everyone out of position. Nicola Niomi only really had Melef Holmes to beat, and great angle from her into the back of the net, and then later on as well, a great long ball from Reuteler. And a great combination between those two, between Nicola Niomi and Reuteler, to find the back of the net once more, seal the deal here before the hour mark strikes. And ultimately it's 3-0. Wolfsburg, I think, yeah, I sort of have to agree with what Tommy Stroh said ahead of this game, that sure, they have had some good victories already, and especially might have had wind behind them following their qualification for the Women's Champions League. But at the same time, they just aren't happy enough with their game just yet, that they're not there where they want to be and where they can be. Obviously, whilst the top players might not have played in that second leg against Ferrante on Wednesday, still the fact that, of course, you have the team traveling, you didn't get to practice as much in a top match week up against Frankfurt, that might have played a factor as well. But yeah, Frankfurt just all around playing a better game today. Wolfsburg leaving a lot of options open where they weren't as accurate enough with their passing. They certainly improved that into the second half, but only really after Frankfurt had already run away with the game, more or less. Their passing wasn't exactly stellar, but they were there in the right moments and were able to ultimately secure a victory for themselves. Let's just hope that none of the knocks that Alexandra Popp took earlier in the game will be anything that Wolfsburg have to worry about going further. Here are the stats of the game. It was 50-50. Both teams had their chances. Both teams took chances towards goal. But ultimately, Frankfurt were a little bit more efficient, were able to find the back of the goal. And as soon as you get that first, as soon as you get a second so early on into that second half, when it takes only 18 seconds after you came out from the locker rooms, then of course that can be a factor that plays on you mentally and difficult to recover from. If it's one goal, then maybe a little bit easier. But the Eagles prevail here in Frankfurt tonight in the Topspiel up against Wolfsburg. Great atmosphere with 4,805 fans at the Stadion am Brentano-Bad. Certainly looking forward to seeing what this Frankfurt team can still do in their next games still to come. Of course, it will catapult them up towards second place here in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga And of course, all smiles all around for this Frankfurt side. And I think big hats off do go to Nicola Niomi for scoring those 2 goals. The first one, of course, scored by the captain through that penalty by Sarah Dorsen. And all the celebrations here with the Eintracht Frankfurt Eagle. For Wolfsburg, for the Wolves, it's a 350-kilometer trek back home without taking any points with them. But this game could be very decisive for later on in the season as well. As I said earlier as well, we only have 1 more game in the Women's Bundesliga still to go for this 4th match day tomorrow night at 6:30. All around, though, very interesting results from today's match day. 2-1 for Leverkusen on Friday up against Hoffenheim. Köln lost to Freiburg at home 2-0. Leipzig went to Potsdam and took 3 points with 3 goals to 0. And Munich, of course, earlier today, 4-0 in Bremen, had a great game themselves. So all throughout, I'd say the favorites would win. And of course, the only real outlier was that this game didn't really have any favorites. We look back at the game with the highlights. It was this penalty for Frankfurt to start off proceedings just before the halftime whistle. Didn't really see too many big chances apart from that in the 9th minute that Frankfurt had. That was very well stopped by Hegering. But yeah, very, very decisive here. And it only took mere seconds into this second half. Long ball forward, big chase down that left-hand flank, and ultimately couple interceptions. The ball is loose. Laura Freigang finds Nicola Niomi. And since everyone from Wolfsburg shifted over towards that left-hand side, to this near side, there was so much space towards the center for Nicola Niomi. Great for her to have that vision as well. Laura Freigang able to release that pass, and no one really stopping Niomi to score from about 8-9 yards out. And that certainly changed the pace slightly in this game. Wolfsburg did have a couple of attempts at coming forward, especially this one into Lineth Berenstein, which saw a great stop by Stina Johannes. She looked back straight at it as the ball hit the back of her heel. Did she actually stop it? Yes, she did. And able to navigate it next to goal. If Wolfsburg would have scored, we might have seen a different game, because then it would have been 2-1. And then it was this build-up. And Niomi into Reuteler. Great pass back again. 2 players pulled towards the outside. And not a whole lot you can do on Niomi. Perfect finish to make it 3-0. And score her 4th goal of the season here as well. Which does put her into contention for the top scorer in the league, of course. I think she joins both Vanessa Fudala and Pernille Harder at 4 goals at the top of the goal scorers table. And of course, from that on, it's all celebrations here in Frankfurt. 1 more game to go in match day 4. These were the results from the previous games. Of course, Kaiserslautern Jena tomorrow hosting Essen. And then the next thing that we still have to look at is, of course, our current league standings, which, sure, right now, you will still see Leverkusen up in that top 3, as their game has, of course, now been decided that they have to replay it against Freiburg. But apart from that, yeah, it will be Frankfurt up there right behind FC Bayern Munich. We get that confirmation now, sitting at 10 points, 13-2 as well. Only conceded 2 goals this far this season. Looking very strong for Frankfurt. Thank you for joining me on this Sunday for the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga here on Match Day 4. Frankfurt come out on top on our Match Day 4 Topspiel here against the girls from Wolfsburg. We'll see you very, very soon. My name is Tyler Goff. Until then, have a good week. Goodbye.
empfing Wolfsburg Teams für die Champions League qualifiziert. Das Team von Nico Arnaut ist in der Quali gescheitert. Tommy Strohs Mannschaft weitergekommen in der Gruppenphase. Und dann geht's rein in die Partie. Gut, für mich auch. Jawohl. Und damit hereinspaziert ins Stadion am Brentano-Bad zum ersten Topspiel in dieser Saison. Frankfurt empfing Wolfsburg. Beide Teams in der Gruppenphase mit dabei. Den besseren Start erwischte die Eintracht. Ganz in weiß. 10. Minute, erste Flanke und dann Anjomi. Hegering klärt auf der Linie. Gute Hereingabe von Wolter, der wird verlängert, dann abgelegt und Nicole Anjomi, die bisher beste Scorerin der Frankfurterinnen. 5 Torbeteiligungen bisher in dieser Saison. Und Frankfurt auch danach die bessere Mannschaft. 28. Minute, Flanke kommt rein, Froms mit dem Fehler. Und dann der Abschluss von Elisa Sens. Nico Arnautis konnte bis dahin sehr zufrieden sein mit seiner Mannschaft. Frankfurt presste früh. Wolfsburg hatte damit große Probleme. 38. Minute, dann der VfL mal im Vorwärtsgang und Jule Brandt mit diesem Abschluss aus der Distanz. Stina Johannes mit leichten Problemen, kann den aber abwehren. Und dann schon der Sprung in die 45. Minute. Erst ein Zweikampf im Strafraum und dann der Pfiff von Dr. Riem Hussein. Anjomi sehr durchsetzungsstark. Und dann der Ball an die Hand von Marina Hegering. Elfmeter für Frankfurt. Das macht die Kapitänin, das macht Sarah Dorsun. Und sie macht es blitzsauber. Die Ex-Wolfsburgerin von 2018 bis 2022 beim VfL. Froms hat die Ecke, kommt nicht mehr ran. Dorsun mit dem 1:0, ihr erstes Saisontor und die Pausenführung für die Frankfurterinnen verdient. Und die Eintracht kam super heiß aus der Kabine. Direkt vom Anstoß weg. Wieder hohes Pressing der Eintracht. Wolfsburg bekommt den Ball nicht weg. Freigang und dann Anjomi. 2:0. Handgestoppte 16 Sekunden nach Wiederanpfiff erhöhten die Frankfurterinnen auf 2:0. Super Pressing-Moment. Freigang hat den Kopf oben und Anjomi schnürt den Doppelpack. Aber Wolfsburg war sofort wieder in der Partie. Das ist Lynette Berenstein. 51. Minute, die beste Möglichkeit für den VfL bis hierhin. Der Neuzugang von Juventus Turin scheitert an Stina Johannes. Aber dann kam wieder Frankfurt über die starke Anjomi. Die konnten sie nicht einfangen und ich stelle jetzt gerade fest, ich habe einen Fehler gemacht. Ich habe ihr den Doppelpack schon angedichtet, bevor sie über... Müssen wir leider nochmal von vorne machen. Verzeihung bitte. Und damit hereinspaziert ins Stadion am Brentano-Bad. Frankfurt empfing Wolfsburg zum ersten Saison. Beide Teams in der Champions League Quali dabei gewesen. Das Team von Nico Arnautis aus Frankfurt ausgeschieden. Tommy Strohs Mannschaft weitergekommen in die Gruppenphase. Den besseren Start erwischte die Eintracht aus Frankfurt ganz in weiß. 10. Minute, Anjomi und dann Hegering auf der Linie geklärt. Gute Hereingabe von Volta, der wird verlängert, dann abgelegt und Nicole Anjomi, die bisher beste Scorerin bei der Eintracht. 5 Torbeteiligungen schon für sie in dieser Saison. Und Frankfurt legte gut nach. 28. Minute, nächste Flanke, Unsicherheit bei Merle Froms und dann Elisa Sens. Die wird geblockt und dann kann es Wolfsburg klären. Nico Arnautis konnte bis hierhin sehr zufrieden sein mit seiner Mannschaft. Frankfurt die bessere Mannschaft. Wolfsburg verteidigte eigentlich nur, kam dann aber in der 38. Minute doch mal zu einem Abschluss durch Jule Brandt. Die Nationalspielerin aus der Distanz. Stina Johannes mit leichten Problemen, kann den aber abwehren. Und dann schon der Sprung kurz vor die Halbzeitpause. Erst Anjomi gut durchgesetzt und dann der Pfiff von Dr. Riem Hussein. Handspiel von Marina Hegering. Anjomi sehr resolut gegen Kathi Henrich und dann Hegering mit dem Arm am Ball. Elfmeter berechtigt und den verwandelte die Kapitänin, den verwandelte Sarah Dorsun zur verdienten 1:0-Führung. Die Ex-Wolfsburgerin von 2018 bis 2022 beim VfL mit ihrem ersten Saisontor und der Pausenführung. Und jetzt anschnallen, denn Frankfurt kam super heiß aus der Kabine. Hohes Pressing von der Eintracht. Dann der Fehler von Henrich. Freigang hat den Kopf oben und Anjomi erzielt das 2:0. Handgestoppte 16 Sekunden nach Wiederanpfiff. Und die eiskalte Dusche für die Wölfinnen. Nicole Anjomi mit ihrem 4. Saisontreffer. Aber Wolfsburg schüttelte sich nur kurz und war dann sofort wieder in der Partie durch Berenstein. Linnet Berenstein mit der bisher größten Möglichkeit für den VfL in dieser Partie. Der Neuzugang von Juventus Turin scheitert an Stina Johannes. Aber dann die Eintracht wieder im Vorwärtsgang. Und eine Spielerin konnten sie überhaupt nicht halten. Das ist Nicole Anjomi. Doppelpack. Super gekontert von der Eintracht. Geraldine Reuteler hat den Kopf oben. Gibt den quer zu Anjomi. Hegering zu weit weg. Und Froms dann ohne Chance. 78. Minute, Freigang, nächste gute Möglichkeit für die Eintracht. Dann noch der Nachschuss von Schieber. Und die große Möglichkeit für Laura Freigang hier auf 4:0 zu stellen. Frankfurt gerade in der Offensive die absolut bessere Mannschaft. Wolfsburg war stets bemüht, wie man so schön sagt. Aber es fehlten am Ende immer ein paar Zentimeter, wie hier nach der Hereingabe von Endemann. Pop ein bisschen zu weit weg. Und dann schon der Sprung in die Nachspielzeit. Nochmal ein guter, langer Ball auf die eingewechselte Wamser. Die geht allein aufs Tor zu, zieht ab und Froms kann sich nochmal auszeichnen. War dann aber auch nicht mehr relevant. Frankfurt gewinnt dieses Topspiel verdient mit 3:0. Und der VfL aus Wolfsburg, der verliert langsam den Anschluss an die Tabellenspitze, an den FC Bayern München. Eintracht Frankfurt verteilt 3 saftige Watschen gegen den VfL Wolfsburg, gewinnt das Bundesliga-Topspiel mit 3:0 und war von Beginn an die bessere Mannschaft. Kurz vor der Halbzeit dann auch belohnt mit einem Elfmeterpfiff. Anjomi zunächst resolut und dann Hegering mit der Hand am Ball. Den Strafstoß führte die Kapitänin aus, Sarah Dorsun, mit ihrem ersten Saisontor, die Ex-Wölfin von 2018 bis 2022 beim VfL. Ist aber nicht mehr dran. Verdiente Pausenführung für die Eintracht, die blitzsauber aus der Kabine kamen. Handgestoppte 16 Sekunden nach Wiederanpfiff, das 2:0 durch Nicole Anjomi. Die bekamen sie beim VfL überhaupt nicht in den Griff. Die deutsche Nationalspielerin super freigespielt nach dieser Pressing-Situation von Freigang. Und dann mit dem 2:0. Aber der VfL wehrte sich. Der VfL hatte seine Chancen, wie hier durch Berenstein in der 51. Minute, der Neuzugang aus Turin. Aber dann im Anschluss wieder Frankfurt, die das Ruder wieder übernahmen und durch Anjomi auf 3:0 erhöhten. Eintracht Frankfurt gewinnt in dieser Höhe auch verdient mit 3:0 gegen Wolfsburg. Ja. Nee, alles gut. Also sag mir einfach, wenn ich kann. Bilder vom Spiel tatsächlich. Gegen die SGS.